As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
Investasi aja nggak punya, mau serius sama anak saya.
Mau investasi, bikin pusing bukan kepala.
Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya.
Harus punya uang berapa,
atau punya asuransi kalau mesti kemana.
Wema-nya dong aplikasi investasi BCA. Mulai dari 100.000 bisa langsung investasi di Wema. Tanpa lengkap dengan proteksi, semua ada di Wema BCA.
Bapak mau dikasih berapa?
Mau tahu aja.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalisation of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
The micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products, through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSMEs' competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
"60 years ago, a Chinese Indonesian called Mokhtar Riyadi moved to Jakarta with dreams of banking. 3 decades later, he transformed its banking landscape and laid foundations for Panin Bank, Lippo Bank, and Indonesia's now largest private bank, BCA. So he moved to real estate and used that same financial acumen to build Lippo into the largest listed property developer of the world's 4th most populous nation. Then he took on education, building schools for Indonesia's young population and creating Universitas Pelita Harapan, now with 15,000 students and ranked best in class. And as Asia boomed, next generation Riyadis helped Lippo meet Indonesia's exciting new needs. Malls for an expanding middle class, media for transparency, infrastructure for enhanced communication, banks and funds for wealth and job creation. As Indonesia gained the respect of investors far beyond its home nation, so did Lippo. Today, a Lippo Group company owns the US Bank Tower in LA and landmark properties around the globe. Lippo began as a family business with global dreams and became a global business for every stage of family life. And as it keeps growing, the principles that delivered success to Dr. Riyadi from 1954 will always be at the Lippo Group core.
Dompet
Coba pakai mobile cash deh.
ini
Lagi ngapain, men?
Ya lagi ngantri.
Buka tabungan online aja. Di sini aja, lebih gampang.
Nih gue beli ini nih men.
Ajuin online aja, bro. Pakai ini.
Ini. Wih, gokil.
Yes, gimana KTA-nya?
Dia plus bro.
Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Catur Dharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. Satu Indonesia Awards. Satu Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.
are part and parcel of our everyday lives. Sinar Mas, through Sinar Mas Financial Services, provides various services which include insurance, securities, multi-finance, banking, and other services to provide integrated solutions for the community. Fifth, communication and technology. Likewise, communication has become an indispensable part of everyday life. In the telecommunications sector, Smartfren has emerged as the leading provider for telecommunications services, including cellular data. Furthermore, the arrival of My Republic has enhanced its offering with the provision of triple play services. In line with rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Sinar Mas is steadfast in pursuing innovation and has spread its wings in the digital sector. Sinar Mas believes that technology innovation will play a critical role in shaping the future. Sixth, energy and infrastructure. Energy is essential to life. For this reason, Sinar Mas Energy and Infrastructure is a business pillar engaged in electricity generation, coal mining and trading, infrastructure and multimedia. 7. Healthcare. Sinar Mas continues to strengthen its commitment in the healthcare sector. Sinar Mas believes that access to quality healthcare is the foundation of a nation's resilience. In addition, Sinar Mas is dedicated to strengthening education initiatives so that the quality of skilled human resources can be improved. Through various social initiatives, Sinar Mas also endeavors to support the welfare of the community to build a better Indonesia. Every single one of Sinar Mas's business enterprises is established as an independent entity based on the same values and history, and as a brand, Sinar Mas is managed by the President Office, which bridges communication within the business pillars of Sinar Mas, as well as with external parties. Based on integrity, positive attitude, commitment, continuous improvement, innovative and loyal, Sinar Mas continues to grow both on the national and global scale. Sinar Mas, the nation's asset for the people's welfare.
The world is changing at unparalleled pace. We are facing increasing pressure from global challenges. Despite these challenges, our world has made great strides in advancing growth. The global economy is recovering, and this is our chance to shape a better future for our planet and our people.
Since its establishment in 2010, the Business 20 or B20 has served as the voice of the business community in the G20 forum. Together, B20 participants are committed to making impact in the world, forcing out their ideas to push private-led economic transformation forward.
As business leaders in the Group of 20, the future relies on you to find lasting solutions to our current global challenges and pave the way forward.
This year, Indonesia is honored to be the host of the G20 and B20 summits. As the fourth largest nation, the biggest economy in Southeast Asia, and one of the world's most prominent emerging markets, Indonesia is home to 270 million consumers, 63 million MSMEs, and 12 tech unicorns. Boasting rapid digital growth and emerging sustainable development, Indonesia truly is a land of opportunities. Under this year's theme of advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth, the B20 stands ready to promote dialogue among business players in G20 countries, provide policy recommendations, and launch initiatives on issues that matter. The themes are aligned with the key messages from Inception meeting.
Berharap komunitas B20 akan memberikan tawaran-tawaran konkret yang bisa menjadi bagian dari capaian konkret KTT G20.
And the leadership of governments like Indonesia is going to be absolutely essential in this decisive decade of climate fight.
The B20 has established several task forces to push progress forward and ensure that we will create recommendations that are actionable, sustainable, and inclusive. These task forces will represent the business community and advocate policy recommendations to the government. In this B20 presidency, we are committed to creating legacy programs that lay foundation for positive, lasting impact across G20 countries, marked by big new ideas, international collaboration, and tangible as well as sustainable impact, prototype in Indonesia and to be scaled globally. We welcome you to become a part of our journey toward a better tomorrow. Join us at the B20 Summit on November 13 and 14, 2022, and let's collaborate to bring positive, lasting change for our world.
As we will begin our event shortly. Thank you.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. April Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people, while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions from all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
bikin pusing bukan kepala. Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya. Harus punya uang berapa atau punya asuransi kalau mesti kemana.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. Digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalization of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
The micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products, through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSMEs' competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the B20-G20 Dialogue, Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, building coalitions to enable greener and smarter infrastructure development at scale. My name is Gilda Sagrado, and it is an honor for me to be the host of today's event. For your information, this event complies to the health protocols and COVID-19 regulations in Indonesia. All guest speakers and crew have been fully vaccinated and have tested negative for COVID-19. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for allocating time in your busy schedules to attend this event. Before we move deeper into the event itself, allow me please to extend a warm welcome to our guests of honor and speakers. Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Arifin Tasrif. Governor of Bank Indonesia, Mr. Peri Warjio. Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Mr. Suhasil Nazara. World Bank Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships, Ms. Mari Elka Pangestu. Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran. Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, Mr. Arshad Rashid. Chair of B20 Indonesia and CEO of Sintesa Group, Ms. Sinta Kamdani. Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, Dr. Rida Wirakusuma, Head of the Fiscal Policy Agency, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Febrio Kacaribu, Director General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Luki Alfirman, Deputy Minister for Economic Affairs, Ministry of Development Planning of Indonesia, Ms. Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, Director General of Public Works and Housing Infrastructure Financing, Dr. Insinyur Heri Tri Saputra Zuna, Ketua Kadin Daerah Provinsi Bali, Mr. Made Ariandi, all speakers and moderators of today's dialogue, and all of our distinguished guests who are attending today's event in person and virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our event, allow us please to give a short breakdown of the event. B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, initiating the main theme of building coalitions to enable greener and smarter infrastructure development at scale. This event aims to communicate their policy recommendations, generate discussions and discourse regarding the policy recommendations developed by the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and how to best implement them for the greatest impact. With a total of 4 recommendations that will be the basis of this discussion, this event will have a panel session where our esteemed co-chairs of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, or the representatives representing prominent multinational corporations, together with Indonesian government representatives, will share their thoughts on this recommendation. This event is proudly supported by main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarmas, bronze sponsors, APRO Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Knowledge Partner, PwC Indonesia, Network Partners, Asian Development Bank, International Chamber of Commerce, World Economic Forum. To unwrap, to start this event, it is a pleasure for us to call upon for opening remarks. Please give a warm applause to the chair of the B20 Indonesia 2022, Ms. Sinta Kamdani.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, those who are present here physically, as well as virtually, and all the speakers today, thank you very much for joining the B20-G20 dialogue on finance and infrastructure. And good afternoon, it's good to be back in Bali. I'd like to start by thanking the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force for their tireless effort over the last few months under the excellent leadership of Dr. Rida Wirakusuma as chair and Bapak Arif Budiman as co-chair, as well as acknowledging the hard work and support of our policy manager, Bapak Gaju Manusami, and our knowledge partner, PwC. Since our inception meeting, the task force has been working to formulate actionable and relevant policy recommendations for the G20 government on how to properly plan, calibrate, and communicate policy to boost economic recovery, foster investment, and maintain stability. This event aims to communicate our policy recommendation and generate a stronger leverage on issues covered by the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force to the G20 government. Additionally, the task force has benefited greatly from the guidance of its diverse and inclusive membership, made up of 114 global executives, 28% of the diversity of thoughts and aspiration from more than 20 countries, each with distinct strength and concern, has helped us create inclusive policy for the greater B20 and G20 communities. Can I start my slide, please? Those missions are related to all three priorities or issues of this year G20 presidency, as the FNI positively impact sectors such as health, education, and standard of living, as well as digital inclusion, financial inclusion, and pandemic resilience, climate resilience, and many more. I see that B20 Indonesia has comprehensively covered the most pressing financial and infrastructure issue in the recommendation, such as, first, the gap between infrastructure needs and realized infrastructure development continues to grow, and it's projected to reach $10.6 trillion among the G20 countries by 2040. Second, lack of affordable financing for infrastructure projects in developing countries because of the higher all-in cost of borrowing in local currency. Third, the green infrastructure projects are increasing in volume and expected to comprise the majority of total infrastructure projects in the future. However, the returns of green projects are often even lower because of the risks. And fourth, the lack of digital connectivity in developing countries and poor regions make most societal functions, such as work and education, move online, but not every segment of the population was able to transition. And fifth, with the increasing fragmentation of national financial regulatory regimes, capital flows can be constrained, particularly between developed and developing countries. These issues were carefully addressed by the business member through months of constructive calls. And Dr. Rida later, as chair, will share with us how the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force formulated the four main policy recommendations. It emphasizes several key solutions that we should be continuously pushing forward to the G20 government. Affordable and suitable financing, collaboration between countries, digital and smart infrastructure, and most importantly, a balance between growth, productivity, and stability. These four key areas of focus echo and enhance similar key messages of other task forces, especially for those on the three policy related to green transition, digital infrastructure, and financial regulatory framework. For example, in the digitalization task force, the B20 community agreed to enhance the availability and accessibility of adequate digital infrastructure to drive sustainable and inclusive development. On top of that, the Trade and Investment Task Force also discussed sustainable financing as a way to facilitate future innovation, digitalization, and accelerate green transition. The green-based financing is also highlighted by the Energy, Sustainability, and Climate Task Force as a tool to accelerate the just, orderly, and affordable energy transition in developed and developing countries. In the Integrity and Compliance Task Force, they converse on how to combat risks to money laundering and terrorist financing, whereby financial institutions will play an important role. In the trade and also, the B20 community is committed to facilitate innovation, digitalization, and technology, adoption to support international development and mitigation of future global crises, which requires sustainable financing. Infrastructure development will also unlock new opportunity to promote trade and attract investment. Even in the Women in Business Action Council, whereby they are committed to empower women entrepreneurs and enable women financial and infrastructure capabilities. Beyond the alignment and complementary nature of the work across the various B20 task forces, we aim also to further reinforce the importance of B20 priority topics by introducing what we call the B20 legacy programs. These programs are designed to be more than just one-time initiative and to last well beyond our presidency. Today, I would like to highlight the two potential legacy programs that support the Financial and Infrastructure Task Force policy recommendation to drive collaboration between countries to accelerate a just transition towards net zero. First, the Carbon Center of Excellence will help businesses understand and navigate carbon trading through its Knowledge Hub and Practice Sharing Center by increasing businesses' knowledge and capability to develop the business case for green projects. We aim to increase the number of bankable, sustainable projects that are available for financing. This is matched with the focus of the B20 F&I Task Force to support progress toward a global carbon market in which national or regional compliance and voluntary carbon market are all interoperable and ambitious goal that would create an important system of financing for developing countries for decarbonization projects. Second, the Global Blended Finance Alliance, a new multilateral organization designed to scale and replicate technological and financial innovation and solution, including blended finance, to unlock investment in climate action and the SDG managed by our colleague from Cihita Karana, and definitely supported by the B20 Indonesia. For the next few months, in order to execute the policy recommendation and realize the B20 legacy programs, we need to continue to push and leverage collaboration among business players, as well as between business players and the government. Indeed, our policy recommendation and legacy programs pushed by the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force are related to the 7 agenda that will become the highlight of G20 Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors' third meeting in the next 2 days. The third meeting dialogue will discuss the global economy, global health, international financial architecture, sustainable finance, the financial sector infrastructure, and international taxation. Business sectors in the B20 Indonesia are also keen to support these government efforts. I believe that through the B20-G20 dialogue, the 7 agendas of the finance ministers and central bank governors and B20 policy recommendations will enhance the collaborate, voice the various achievements that have been achieved in the G20 Indonesia Presidency. Lastly, this is an important in spirit of strengthening relation between the business communities of the G20 member countries and worldwide, we created the B20 Connect to facilitate networking interaction and explore new business opportunities through trade and investment matching. For businesses, you will be able to showcase your projects and engage with potential investors. Please check through our official website, our B20 Connect. I look forward to have an inspiring, lively discussion and hearing your recommendation on how we can enact the various policy recommendations to support the acceleration of global economic and infrastructure growth together. Here, I also share with you our activities and program in line with the B20 Summit in November in Bali. So as you see, we have many activities, included the investment summit that will happen on November 10, in which we will announce many of our bilateral partnership. We also will have the Cutting Net Zero Initiative Forum, as well as the Bloomberg Forum, the World Economic Forum, and also many of the site and investor matching that will happen. We will take all the investors going to many of the sites in different parts of Indonesia. I will close by cordially inviting you again to attend the B20 Summit, and we wish to see your active contribution to our upcoming summits, bringing in your valuable insight, concrete investment projects, and also more private-led transformation in the global level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chinta Kamdani. Moving on to our next remarks, it is a pleasure to call upon the Chairman of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kadin, Mr. Arshad Rashid.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. A greeting to First Excellency, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia, Bapak Arifin Tasrif. Your Excellency, the Governor of Bank Indonesia, Bapak Peri Warjio, the Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Bapak Suhasil Nazara, the World Bank Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnership, Ibu Mari Elka Pangestu, Excellency Chief Economic Advisors to the Government of India, Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, Your Excellency, my good friend, the Chair of B20, Ibu Chinta Kamdani, and the Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and CEO of Indonesian Investment Authority, Bapak Rida Wirakusuma. Greetings also to the head of the Fiscal Policy and Agency, Minister of Finance Indonesia, Bapak Febrio Kacaribu. And also greetings to Director General of Budget, Financing and Risk Management, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Bapak Luki Alfirman, Deputy Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs, Ministry of Development Planning of Indonesia, Ibu Amelia Adiningrat Widya Santi, and Director General of Public Works and Housing, Infrastructure and Financing, Dr. Insinyur Heri Trisaputra, and the Chair of Kadin Bali, my good friend Bapak Ariandi, and all speakers, moderators in today's dialogue, and all distinguished guests who are here today in person or online. It is my great honor to give my remark today in this B20-G20 dialogue on building coalition to enable greener and smarter infrastructure development at scale. It's been a remarkable B20 journey. We started from the ideation, and through the hard work of the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, Kadin, or Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, act as the strategic partner of the Indonesian government and representative of the business community. Welcome the 4 recommendations put forward today by the task force to realize a green and sustainable future of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, investing in sustainable infrastructure is critical to drive sustainable and inclusive development, and not just for Indonesia, but also globally. However, the world, especially emerging economies, are continuously facing 2 perennial challenges in realizing sustainable infrastructure development, which is often seen as a high risk. lack of capacity to implement the principle of sustainability, especially in rural areas where the poor need the most, and lack of infrastructures, financing to make their economic growth efficiently. The B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force reports that in 2022, total infrastructure investment needed across G20 countries is estimated at $3 trillion. In Indonesia, the estimated cost of all planned infrastructures for 2020 to 2024 is approximately $445 billion. And the Indonesian government will only able to fund 37% of the total estimated cost, resulting in an investment gap of $280 billion. To tackle those challenges, the world needs stronger collaboration and cooperation. First, collaboration and cooperation with the international community such as G20 are critical for accelerating sustainable infrastructure projects. Developed countries should give a chance to developing countries with investment towards infrastructure projects that could bring positive impact for sustainable economic development and recovery. Money alone won't be sustainable to support the developments in developing countries. Investing in technology and knowledge transfer will be required to expedite the process of sustainable development. Secondly, public-private partnership is a key to enabling greener and smarter infrastructure development. No one institution can do it alone. We must foster public-private partnership. The private sector, as the main engine for the economic growth and development, plays an increasing critical role on virtual all major global social and environmental changes. Businesses must push for the adoption of ESG in all industries and focus their activities on having a positive impact on the total communities and economics, as well as when business is as much as part of the solution as part of the problem. Business ingenuity and innovation are needed in meeting sustainable development challenges in the future. One example, businesses invented the now thriving electric vehicle, which offers an alternative to conventional fossil fuel technologies. Switching to electricity for road transport has been proposed as a significant way to reduce direct CO2 emission and eases the imbalances between the supply and demand of oil. In a public-private partnership context, the private sectors can bring in extra financing, digital innovation, and other capabilities to complement areas in which governments and multilateral institutions may be lacking. On the other hand, the government should create a thriving investment climate that incentivizes businesses, translated into favorable policies and regulation. Domestically, Indonesia has improved the investment climate for infrastructure projects to thrive by the ratification of our Omnibus Law and by undertaking continuous efforts to open up the economy through various multilateral and bilateral trade agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, Kadin, as the representative of the Indonesian businesses, including state-owned, private, and cooperative, is ready to support any initiative put forward by members of the G20 that strive towards collaborative and inclusive goals. I'm certain that today's dialogue on the 4 policy recommendations will become an essential and practical guide for us to deliver greener and smarter infrastructure development at scale. Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon again.
Thank you, Mr. Arshad Rashid. Distinguished guests, moving on to our next opening remarks, we'd like to invite the chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority. Please welcome Dr. Rida Wirakusuma.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. First and foremost, please allow me to not mention the names of the honored guests. I think it has been mentioned more than a few times. All of you are very, very important, so hopefully we'll have an extremely good meeting today. As the Chair of Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and as the CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, I am very pleased to welcome you to this dialogue, and hopefully we will have a very productive session. So just imagine the world that the infrastructure is extremely inadequate. Just imagine children crossing rivers to go to school. Just imagine living without access to clean water. Just imagine you have to travel on congested road or public transport. Infrastructure, or oftentimes basic infrastructure, is badly needed in many parts of the world, including within G20 nations. Infrastructure development brings significant multiplier effect on all aspects of our lives. For example, health, education, economic prosperity, as measured by Human Development Index. Better infrastructure directly leads to better Human Development Index scores, but as you can see on the table here, developing countries significantly lag behind those of developed nations. Significantly. In 2004, the World Economic Forum published the Global Competitiveness Index with 12 pillars of competitiveness. And if you look at the list on the left, you see that the appropriate infrastructure is one of those 12 pillars. And then if you see on the right, and you see how the developing countries, and if you pay a little attention, Indonesia is kind of the second most far right. So if you look at the basic infrastructure, we're somewhat least competitive in terms of Global Competitiveness Index, where infrastructure is actually one of the basic ones. So these challenges and more are what we aim to address as part of this task force. Last September, I took up the role as the chairperson of the Finance and Infrastructure. Since then, I have worked together with our co-chairs. One of them is Mr. Marc-André Blanchard here. Mark, welcome. Mark is the executive vice president who came all the way from Montreal. I think it's an excuse to leave the cold weather and come here in Bali. But thank you, Marc-André, for making such a long journey. Bill Winters, who's supposed to be here, but because of COVID, I hope it's okay to mention, he is stuck in Kuala Lumpur. I was telling the country manager, why stuck in KL? I think Bali is a much better place to be stuck when you have COVID. Agree, right? Since then, I have worked together with the co-chairs, with 115 task force members, and our knowledge partner, PwC, to develop policy recommendations for the G20. So in putting together these policy recommendations, allow me to share a few key takeaways. First, I think Ibu Sinta mentioned this, the gap between infrastructure needs and the realized infrastructure development, or the so-called infrastructure gap, is huge and increasing. Today, it's about almost $3 trillion and projected to reach 15 trillion by 2040, of which 10 trillion of that is within the G20 nations. So the gap is getting bigger, and if you really think about it, that amount is huge. And if you look at the gaps, however, I mean, in the United States is identified as one that has the biggest infrastructure gap. I found this chart to be somewhat quite telling and also quite funny, because if you look at, again, Indonesia infrastructure gap, even though it's huge, but somehow it looks like Indonesia doesn't have a lot of infrastructure gap. So maybe we just humble nation, we don't want to show that we do have gaps in infrastructure. But the ability for each country to invest are very different. The developed nations may be able to raise more readily, whereas the developing nations may be harder to actually close that infrastructure gap. So here's an example of a toll road in Indonesia. Indonesia declared our independence 77 years ago. In the first 70 years, Indonesia built only 700 kilometers. I don't know if you it rhymes. 70 years of independence, 77 years ago, 700 kilometers. In the past 7 years, however, Indonesia built 2,000 kilometers. I wanted to say, I hope, just to keep the rhyme, we built 7,000 kilometers, but at least 2,000 kilometers is not as bad. However, it has not been without significant challenges and sacrifices. Oftentimes, it comes with an extremely high cost of financing and use a lot of public budget. It is not easy for Indonesia or other developing nations to raise funds on infrastructure. Now, here is the paradox. If you look at the supply of capital, or where the money is, the world is actually flush with cash. Just take a look at this chart. The institutional money, it has about $75 trillion and projected to be $122 trillion. Now that money is the pension funds, as Mark Andre represented, the insurance companies, sovereign wealth fund like ourselves, and then the individuals, rich individuals. Actually, rich individuals have more money than the institutional, 200 plus trillion. So think about it, right? If you look at this, there are $350 trillion. So if you just take 5% of that, you could easily close the infrastructure gaps. But the problem is, this money is so hard to get into the projects of infrastructure. Sometimes it's about the lack of properly prepared projects. I think, again, we heard about that before. Legal and regulatory uncertainties, currency risk, lack of transparencies in procurement projects, the roles of MDBs. I had a fortune of speaking with Dr. Mari Pangestu about the role of MDBs, of lack of long-term financing. I remember talking about a toll road project, a 50-year concession, and I think our consortium member said, "Are you kidding me? In Indonesia, I have some bankers around here in this table, you can only lend 7 to 10 years. So bankers, I don't want to identify you or raise your hands, but can you please think about lending 50 years for infrastructure projects, because 7 years is not going to cut it." So here's an example, a funny example of infrastructure mega funds. One of them is a firm that I used to work for, KKR. If you really think about it, just read the caption. This was cut and paste. KKR announced Global Infrastructure Investor 4 Fund for 17 billion, focusing only on OECD countries and Western nations. The GIP announced 13.5 billion, focusing on OECD countries. You know, it's like, how do you make Autobahn even smoother? Because the money that they do is not about to open up in some rural areas road, but it's more about how do you make a very good infrastructure even better. But again, I'm not trying to, this is not about the debate between developing nations. In fact, I would love to be able to see it even more smoothly. But the point is, we need a lot more so that everybody in this world can be better off. I'm going to go very quickly. Blended finance is something that we have mentioned so many times. It is on the paper, and I hope you can learn a lot about it because it's a combinations of the MDBs with the private sectors, with the government, going hand in hand to try to build this infrastructure. We talked a little bit about MDBs being the catalyst. Now, I spoke a little bit with, again, Ibu Mari on the fact that they are all AAA rated companies, and I hope we can find ways for MDBs and private sectors and government sectors to actually work hand in hand to really build the infrastructure across the world. I'm going to close by highlighting 4 policy recommendations. I think we have a number of, if you don't have access to, we have draft to the policy recommendations. I would like to ask you to either drink it with a lot of coffee because it's 70 dense pages documents. Number 1 is about improving access to affordability and suitability of financing for infrastructure. We have examples, we have sub-policy action, we have policy actions, you could read through it. Number 2 is about the just transition towards the net zero world. And here we were talking about how do you actually collaborate between developed and developing nations, between different parties, so that we can move forward on just transition toward a net zero world. Number 3 is about the acceleration of development and adoption of digital and smart infrastructures. Again, I don't want to detail, there's a lot of details on the policy papers. And number 4 is about how do you improve the balance, these are actually for bankers, global financial services regulation that can achieve improved balance between growth, productivity, and stability. So I'm not giving you this as conclusions, I'm actually here to learn and listen and build upon these policy recommendations together with you this afternoon. And I hope we will come out of this conference to be better informed so that we can somehow make this a better world. Let's have a good seminar, and thank you again for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rida Wirakusuma. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to the remarks that will be delivered by the Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. So please welcome Mr. Suhasil Nazara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to everyone. It is my pleasure to be here to address you on the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force deliberations results that has been just presented by Pak Rida. I would like especially to send my greetings to the colleagues who are coming from abroad. Welcome to Indonesia, welcome to Bali, and make sure that please make sure that among your tight schedules, you are also still be able to look around in the Bali area and also shopping a little bit that would be good for the economy of Bali as well. I would like to greet also my colleagues from the Bank Indonesia, from the Ministry of Energy, Bappenas, Ministry of Public Works, and other local governments and other institutions who are coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we know from all along that the infrastructure is a very important element in the development. And we know for many, many years that if Indonesia would like to unleash our economic potentials for the prosperity of the people, it is very important to build the infrastructure. And it is therefore very clear in the last 7 years or so, Indonesia start to build infrastructure in a very serious way. Pak Rida mentioned about the toll road as one illustration about the seriousness of this government of President Joko Widodo to build infrastructure in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, usually in the past, in many, many years in the past, if we are talking about infrastructure, then everyone starts to look at the government budget, how much the government budget can actually provide. That is true. And of course, budget comprise a huge amount of money that are used for building the infrastructure development. But of course, it should not be just that. It is also very important that the new ways of building infrastructure is very important to involve the private sector, the business sector, public-private partnership to engage with the government so that the role of the government is not only providing the money, but the role of the government is much wider, providing the right kind of regulation and providing the right kind of support structure to the infrastructure development. Nevertheless, the government of Indonesia, we believe that it is very important to build the infrastructure in a greener way. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia in our budget, we are tracking the activities in the budget among the ministries in Indonesia that can be categorized as a green, as a set of green activities. We completed our green budget tagging for our budget since 2016, and a number of these projects are basically used as the underlying in our green bonds, and also some of them in the green sukuk bonds. It is very important that the government of Indonesia, we continue to do this so that the green bonds, green sukuk bonds can continue to be established with the underlying of good projects in Indonesia. In addition to that, the government is also come up with a different initiative, establishing different institutions as a way to promote the public-private partnership as well as promoting the infrastructure financing in Indonesia. I can mention a few of them. One of which is the PT SMI, PT Penjaminan Infrastruktur Indonesia on the guarantee, are two government's arm's length that are used to support the Indonesia infrastructure financing. And they have been conducting many different equity participation guarantee, project guarantee in order for smooth public-private partnership in Indonesia. PT SMI is also very keen in working with local governments in order to promote infrastructure financing that are under the auspices of the local governments in Indonesia. In addition to that, there is another initiative about which is like the Indonesian Environmental Fund, which is an agency that we established in 2018 in order to make sure that the green financing, green project, as well as a green logic can come into Indonesia. We have INA, Indonesian Investment Authority, which is our first sovereign wealth fund, which happens to be Parida is the president director of this sovereign wealth fund, and now is working very hard to make sure that we can create more value added throughout the financing structure of our infrastructure development. And of course, I believe that in the last couple of starting last year, starting the COP26, the government of Indonesia is part of what we call the energy transition mechanism initiatives in order to make sure that Indonesia will be able to reach our net zero emission target in 2060 or earlier by putting in place the transition toward the green economy. The transition is not only about moving the fossil fuel to electricity, because electricity in Indonesia is still primarily provided by the fossil fuel as well, by the diesel fuel. So it is very important that we think about a clear transition mechanism. It's not only about building renewables, it's not only about building the new power plant, but also about making sure that our old and coal power plant can be in a good transition so that they can be retired in a proper way. So these are now under discussions, and I believe that today there is also sustainable finance seminar that are taking place today in Bali in order to discuss this further ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close these remarks by welcoming the recommendations that are made by the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. I wish you all well. Thank you very much for the hard work of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. I believe it's contributing a lot, not only to the Indonesia, but it is also contributing a lot to the deliberations of the G20 countries. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Suhasil Nazara. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to the remarks that will be delivered by the Director General of Budget Financing and Risk Management, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Luki Alfirman.
Yang kami hormati His Excellency Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, Bapak Suhasil Nazara. Yang kami hormati World Bank Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnership, Ibu Mari. Yang kami hormati Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Bu Sinta Kamdani. Chairman of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce or Kadin, Bapak Arsyad Rashid. B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force Chair and CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority INA, Bapak Rida. Distinguished speakers, distinguished panelists, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat siang, very good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. I'm very delighted to welcome all of you to this dialogue, both present in Bali and virtually. I also thank you for the collaborative initiative taken by B20 across cross-cutting priorities between B20 and G20 finance track agenda. With the global economy still affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, Indonesia invites the whole world to work together, to recover together, to grow stronger and sustainably together. Our objectives are underpinned by principles to facilitate the enabling environment and partnership, promote productivity, increase resilience and stability, ensure sustainable and inclusive growth, and build stronger collective global leadership. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, reflecting this overarching initiative, our G20 infrastructure agenda for 2022 has 6 work streams, which include both new priorities and legacy agenda as follows. Number 1, scaling up sustainable infrastructure investment by leveraging private sector participation. Second, enhancing social inclusion and addressing subnational disparities. Third, increasing digital and infratech investment. Fourth, advancing transformative infrastructure post-COVID-19 pandemic. Fifth, advancing the quality infrastructure investment indicators. And the last one, renewing the governance of the global infrastructure hub. The first priority agenda is part of the action from the 2021 G20 Sustainable Finance Roadmap, which identifies the need to align investment to sustainability goals. The Sustainable Finance Working Group is also progressing action relating to this, but with a focus on this institutional perspective, while the infrastructure agenda focus is on project and investor perspective. For public infrastructure development, the private perspective is very, very important. This is reflected by a further event that will be held tomorrow, the 2022 G20 Infrastructure Investor Dialogue. The event will seek private sector's perspective on how G20 governments can advance sustainable infrastructure development and what the private sectors can do in collaboration with governments. Specifically, the event will elaborate on what action needs to be taken by governments to support investment by private financing, what are the risk factors for investors, and the challenges for emerging economies in creating bankable and sustainable infrastructure projects. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, concerning the recommendation from the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, we note some cross-cutting points with the G20 infrastructure agenda. First, on how to increase investment in a sustainable, inclusive, accessible, and affordable way. This covers broad issues ranging from transition pathways, interoperability of data and standards, enabling environment, and capacities issue. Second, on how to increase investment in digital infrastructure as well as in infratech. We also note that some alignment of B20 work on countries' collaboration to accelerate a just transition toward a net zero world with the broader sustainable finance agenda, particularly on policy levers that incentivize financing and investment that support transitions. At the national level, I just want to echo some point that has been made by Vice Minister of Finance. Indonesia has been working to increase, to improve, to innovate these sustainable financing instruments. For example, to creatively financing green development, we have issued this green sukuk or global green sukuk. We issued the first one, our global green sukuk in 2018, and it was followed soon by the issuance of green sukuk retail in 2019 with an online platform. Investor responses have been very good and positive, and we have been consistently issuing global green sukuk every year since 2018. And so far, we have mobilized a total of $5 billion on this global green sukuk. Indonesia has established a blended financing platform. It's called SDG Indonesia 1, managed by PT SMI, our SMP or Special Mission Vehicles. This platform not only focuses on fund mobilization, it also provides project development services which aim at addressing project bankability. In addition, it may act also as the risking instrument for stakeholders. We go even further. We issued our first SDG bond last year. So we have this SDG framework, and by using this new framework, we were able to issue 500 million euro in September 2021 of this SDG bond. Last but not least, we are talking about, during these last 2-3 days, during these G20 meetings, people are talking about this energy transition mechanism initiative. So basically, this initiative is now being designed, being worked out together with our colleagues, with our partners, including multilateral development banks, to design what's so-called this new country platform for Indonesia. So it includes retirement of coal-fired power plants and encouraging more renewable energy power plants, as explained as well by Pak Wamen. This initiative will certainly need sufficient, actually huge financing and support from various sources, including, of course, private investors. So this platform has been, will be launched actually today, this afternoon. We have this Sustainable Finance Roundtable in the next building. So we're going to soft launch this country platform for this ETM. And we have appointed PT SMI as the manager to manage our all this fiscal incentive, fiscal support for this ETM. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, noting the alignment between our agendas, I hope today's discussion will give us not only the practitioner views on how the government can take action in these areas, but I would also like to hear business ecosystem commitment. And of course, for some cross-cutting agenda mentioned before, particularly on financing toward infrastructure project. So I will stop right here. I would like to congratulate to all of you, and please enjoy Bali. Keep safe, stay healthy. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luki Al-Firman. Ladies and gentlemen, many of us might have wondered over the recent decades how traditional Balinese culture has been able to maintain its integrity, even flourish within the last century, while so many other cultures have lost their particular qualities, becoming absorbed in an increasingly homogeneous mainstream. Well, the answer can actually be found in the day-to-day communication, alliances, coalition, cooperations, partnerships within the culture of the Balinese people. It is therefore our next agenda, the very interesting one entitled The Fireside Chat. We'll be listening to the esteemed guest, Ms. Mari Elka Pangestu, as the World Bank Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships. And to host this interview, I'd like to invite the Deputy Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and Deputy CEO of the Indonesia Investment Authority, please, Mr. Arif Budiman.
Good afternoon, Ibu Mari, Profesor Mari, Profesor Pak bukan dokter. It is our privilege to have you with us on behalf of the B20 Task Force for Finance and Infrastructure Task Force to have a chat with you, fireside chat somewhere. We don't have a lot of time, but I would like to start by asking you about the role of the multilateral development banks. In the B20, since the beginning, the role of MDBs has been discussed many, many times, and even this year is discussed quite intensively. So firstly, against the backdrop of multiple crises that we are currently facing, what is MDBs, in particular the World Bank, doing to help countries cope? And in line with our topic, how do we ensure that the climate crisis does not take a backseat, including, for example, energy transition or building sustainable infrastructure?
Yes, thanks, Arif. I was just wondering where the fire is. So Gilda, you promised the fire. There's no fire here, but hopefully we can fire you up in this discussion. I think you rightly pointed out, we can't be talking about this subject in the absence of what's going on in the world, which is this multiple crisis that we are facing, whether it's COVID, whether it's the climate, whether it's the implications of the war in Ukraine on energy and food prices. These are kind of top of mind for policymakers. And they are leading to slow growth, high inflation, concerns about stagflation, reversals in human capital, increase in poverty, and so on. So what the World Bank has been doing is two things, basically. Focus on the short term, which is this emergency and the relief. So since the pandemic started, we already had surge financing of $270 billion, and we now have another $170 billion coming forth in the next 15 months, basically to help countries with relief efforts, emergency, save lives, save livelihoods. But at the same time, we continue on the long-term objectives of development and sustainable development, including climate, right? So within that, our climate finance is still 35%, actually 38% in the last fiscal year. We managed to still deliver on climate finance. And on infrastructure, I just got the numbers yesterday, we have a 50% increase in investments in infrastructure, in transport and energy of 14.7 billion, of which 61% had climate co-benefits. So what I'm trying to say is that you've got to, as you cope with the short term, you've got to also focus on the longer term, right? And what's important is that recovery moving forward for developing countries will rest on investment recovery. And this is where there's the opportunity. When everybody talks about building back better, what does that really mean, right? What it really means is the opportunity to use investments in infrastructure, but not just like the way we used to do infrastructure investment. Invest, you have growth. It's not just that. You have investment, but transformative growth, because you are going to also at the same time reach the SDG goals as well as the climate change goals, right? So that's really what we want to emphasize. And while you are coping with all these different crises, don't forget the climate crisis. In a way, you can address the food crisis, you can address many of these crises, but you can't reverse the climate crisis. So the urgency to act is now, and you really have to take the opportunity. So it's the opportunity for developing countries to grow, and grow by investing in sustainable infrastructure and achieve both growth as well as sustainable development. And why is it important? Because the vast amount of infrastructure that's going to be built in the next 3 decades are all going to be in developing countries. And 70% of developing countries' emission is going to come from infrastructure. So if they don't get it right, this is going to really also contribute a lot to the climate crisis, right? So that's really what we need to focus on. And of course, we need to support developing countries to scale up and shift the investment and mobilization of the right finance, of the right type of investment and at the right scale.
Well, you touched upon it a little bit, but can you elaborate a little bit more about the scale in nature of investments that is needed in sustainable infrastructure overall?
Well, I think Rida already had all the numbers up there about the infrastructure gap. Yeah, it's huge, right? Everybody recognizes that it's huge. And some of the numbers are like 1.1 to 1.5 trillion per year for the next few decades, or as a percentage of GDP, we actually estimate it's going to be 4.5% of GDP of lower and middle income countries. Plus, this is always the case, right? It's not just about building infrastructure, but it's also about operations and maintenance, which is another 2.7% of GDP. So it's a lot. It's that you're talking about 8.2% of GDP that needs to go to infrastructure. So that's the scale. But I just want to emphasize, this is not just a let's invest in infrastructure. It's about, hey, let's invest in transformative, sustainable infrastructure that will drive new forms of growth and development. And it's possible because the technologies exist. Renewable energy technologies are becoming accessible, becoming lower cost. So the technologies exist to scale up, right? And you have the opportunity to really replace the old capital, replace the aging and polluting capital with better capital, and to build all new capital that is sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. So let's take energy as an example. You are talking about electrification, access to electricity for around 750 million people. A lot of them are in Africa. So that's one aspect. You want to go clean energy on that. And you are also talking about transition to cleaner energy for the middle income countries, which have to transition from fossil and coal to cleaner energy, right? So, and this is where I think when you talk about the nature investment, and let's not let the climate crisis take a back seat. But the reality is we have an energy security issue in front of us, and we are seeing, we are predicting that there will be a slowdown of decarbonization. You're already seeing what's happening in Europe. So there will be a slowdown in decarbonization, and we do think cleaner, maybe it's a transition to cleaner transition energy like natural gas, or cleaner use of coal, or efficient use of existing energy, as well as accelerating renewable energy, right? Because that has accelerating renewable energy as a source is also part of addressing energy security. And this is really the kind of framing and the policies and the incentives that we bring about to get that. So that's kind of the nature of investment. But of course, we need to support developing countries to get there.
Thank you. Now, just to follow on that, how do we help countries get there? What are some of the policies or tools? I mean, we've talked a lot about carbon pricing to channel the private capital. Obviously, there's MDBs, there's government, but I mean, as Parida mentioned earlier, the private capital is an important element, of course, to make sure that this gap being closed. So what's your perspective about the policies that can help that? And specifically for World Bank, how do you support your clients in doing so?
Yeah, so the World Bank, the role of the World Bank, MDBs like the World Bank, I mean ADB also plays a similar role, is basically we do two things. We provide advice and diagnostic to countries on what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, as well as financing, right? So it's not just financing, but it's the what and the how. So let's talk about the what and how. Because when you talk about infrastructure gap and the need for this large amount of financing, where does the financing, whether it's private, whether it's public, needs to go somewhere where they know that it's going to have the impact they want on development, on growth, on jobs, as well as on sustainability. This is the ideal that we want. That's why the what and how is important, right? And this is where the World Bank has been working, World Bank Group, including with IFC. What we do is, first of all, it has to start at the country. Country leadership and commitment and action is very important. And I just want to mention that COP26 and Glasgow, actually, I would say that there's been I mean, I attended many COPs in my life. I've been working on sustainability and climate change for a long time, but I do think there was a switch in Glasgow. The switch were twofold. One, countries no longer see climate and development as trade-offs. Yeah, they see, or a cost, that addressing climate as a cost. They do see that if they don't address climate, they are not going to be able to develop, or they will have lower development in the near future, yeah, including a worse outcome for health and productivity and so on. So they recognize that, but they know they need help, they need support on the policy side as well as on the financing side. I do think the private sector were a lot of presence of private sector on from the institutional investors, financial investors, manufacturing sector. They were all there, and they all have this commitment to integrate sustainability into their business. Yeah? But the question is still, okay, where's all this money? Where's the Mark Carney's 130 trillion? It needs to go somewhere, and to go somewhere, and this is why the what and the how is important, yeah? And it has to start with country leadership and action and identifying the priorities. In which sector are they going to have the climate change actions? And we have a new diagnostic product called Country Climate Development Report, I always get this wrong, CCDR, Country and Climate Development Reports. We're doing it in 30 countries. The one for Vietnam is already published, if you're interested to look at it. It does the kind of analysis to say, okay, for Vietnam, which are the 2 priority sectors which will have the most impact for climate and development? And therefore, what are the policies and regulations? What's the carbon pricing, the relative prices of carbon that you need to get right there? And what are the institutional changes? You know, in many cases, like in energy, many of the priority sector actually comes out as energy. And in energy, the governance and institutional structure, like the state-owned utility and the procurement processes, these are all part of what needs to be addressed by the country's changes in regulations and reforms, as well as sector regulations, right? If you say, okay, it's energy, it's food and land use, it could also be nature-based solutions for adaptation in some countries. It's very country-specific. What are the sector regulations that need to be there? Like for energy, you need to have a renewable energy reform policy, yeah? A clear direction. Investors need to have long-term predictability, otherwise the private capital won't come in. So that's, I think, on the how. And another part of the how is once you have the priority sectors, then how do you have a pipeline of projects come out of that? Yeah. And this is, I have been, I mean, I was in government when we had all those infrastructure summits. And so, oh, it looks very nice. And then everybody said, okay, where are the projects? We want to invest, where are the projects? And then you really have a very short list, right? So building the pipeline of projects and the capacity building and the support to develop these projects is also very important. And there are, the World Bank has, one of the important G20 outcomes from a couple of years ago was this global infrastructure facility, which finances and provides support for project preparation. I think it's mentioned in your B20 report. Yeah, so these are, apart from the financing for the projects itself, financing and capacity building for the preparation of the projects, I do think that's important. So that's really about the what and the how and the work that needs to be done on that front.
Okay, so country leadership, also pipeline of projects. Now from the private side, from the business side, but we've talked about now how do we get this at scale, right? Capital financing at scale.
Yes.
And we have been discussing about blended finance. I think these words probably have been overused at some point. Now, and this is the question from, I think, every single participant from our task force booth. So how does World Bank in particular facilitate infrastructure development through blended finance and making sure that it is crowding in, facilitating, mobilizing, leveraging more private sector capital as opposed to, and avoiding not crowding out this private capital. So I think that is, if I were to most frequently asked question or most frequently asked I cannot find the right word. It's not a criticism, but it's basically would like to know your perspective. Concern. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very diplomatic way to ask the question. We have no intention to crowd out the private sector. So the World Bank Group has this approach called the Cascade Approach. I don't know whether any of you have heard of that, but it's pretty much the fact that if there is a private sector solution to the infrastructure that you are trying to deal with, if the private sector can come in, we are not definitely going to get in the way. We would let the private sector invest. What we would do is facilitate the private sector to come in, either by, a lot of it sometimes has to do with the upstream part of what we call upstream, which is the policy environment, enabling the policy changes that are needed for that private sector to come in. We can also come in with some bringing in co-investors, bringing in, address some of the gaps with blended finance funding. So either IFC or World Bank funding can come in. And we also have de-risking instruments like guarantees, right? We have, I'll give you some numbers if you like. I think we have, at the moment, 11.5 billion guarantees, which have supported 38.4 billion private investment and about 64.5 billion projects in size. And in IFC has crowded in with co-investment and with the World Bank. We have mobilized 160 billion of commercial capital since 2016. So, you know, what we do is we identify if it's private sector, then it's private sector. But we can facilitate private sector, we can co-invest with private sector, and we can also bring in blended finance instruments. So I think, you know, I know time's up, but if I can just conclude by, I think because everybody was talking about the JETP platform and so on, I think what needs to be done moving forward for all of us, because I think, was it Rita who said it? We can't do it alone. Everybody's got to come together. What does everybody come together to? We have to come together to a country platform or a country/sector platform that brings in the different needs of funding and the policy changes that need to underlie it in the country. And the different parts of funding, part of it can be private sector, but part of it needs public funding, such as just transition or closing down the coal plant and cleaning up the coal plant. That probably needs to be public sector, or even investing in modern grid. Part of that may need to be public sector. Public sector meaning government, so maybe SDG 1 bond funding or part of your green budget tagging, and multilateral development banks, concessional funding from multilateral development banks. And then you need to then crowd in the private sector and mobilize. This is the way to catalyze and mobilize the private sector, including philanthropists, which can come in with grants to reduce the cost or even provide de-risking instruments, right? But that has to come together. And this is really the challenge for all of us in the room. And there's also a lot of private sector, by the way, there's a lot of private sector coalitions. Yes. They also need to come together, right? So how can B20, I give you big homework, B20, how can B20 play this role? Bring everybody together on the into the platform, yeah? And really make this happen. Because I think I heard Sri Mulyani yesterday was saying, okay, first of all, where's the money? And where's the action, right? So I think we really need to put all our collective hats together, because this is too important of an opportunity to miss. The opportunity for transformative growth on all fronts: energy, transportation, urban infrastructure, manufacturing, agriculture, and food and land use. This is transformative growth and development that will really bring us to the next level of development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mary. I think one round of applause for Professor Mary. It's too short, but hopefully it's sweet enough. So hopefully we can, the business and MDBs, governments can collaborate together for a better world.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think fireside actually refers to firing us all up, because we are now ready with some homeworks given by Professor Marielke Pangestu. Thank you, Mr. Arif Budiman, for the lively and insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have several insightful remarks from ministers of the government of Indonesia and the governor of Bank Indonesia before we start the panel session. So without further ado, I would like to invite Excellency Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia to deliver his remarks. Mr. Arifin Tasrif.
Her Excellency Mrs. Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance Indonesia, Her Excellency Mrs. Nirmala Sitaraman, Minister of Finance India, Mrs. Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to participate in the B20-G20 dialogue with the theme Building Coalitions to Enable Greener and Smarter Infrastructure Development at Scale. As we know that sustainable energy transition is one of the main three pillars of G20 Presidency of Indonesia. In the energy transition pillar, Indonesia addresses the necessity of securing energy accessibility, scaling up smart and clean technology, and mobilizing finance for energy transitions. We have to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all by improving renewable energy, energy efficiency, energy access, and energy connectivity, particularly in archipelagic and small island countries. In terms of Indonesia, in the next 4 decades, we will deploy massive renewable energy, more than 580 gigawatts of solar, geothermal, and hydrogen by 2060. The government has also set a strategy for reducing the use of fossil energy through converting primary energy from fossil fuels to renewable, such as the desalination program and gradual retirement of fossil power plant. A supergrid will also be developed to enhance connectivity and overcome the divergence between local renewable energy sources and high demand locations, as well as to expand opportunity to export electricity to other countries like Asian countries. As for the demand side, we will also promote the utilization of battery electric vehicles, electric stoves, city gas, and energy management, as well as the implementation of minimum energy performance standard. To accelerate energy transitions, we also need to scale up the widest variety of technologies, such as smart storage, smart system and digitalization, hydrogen, and others. G20 actions should focus on making low emissions and cleaner energy technology more affordable and accessible, so no one is left behind. To achieve net zero emission target, it will require mobilization of all sources of public and private finance, including by deploying innovative financing instruments, enabling international and domestic capital market flows, and enhancing multilateral development bank support. The pathway to carbon neutral could be challenging given today's global situation, and therefore we need to work in concerted efforts among the government, private sector, and financial institutions to address the challenges and tap the potential and capabilities that we have. Indonesia intends to lead the presidency to the result in concrete actions to strengthen more sustainable global energy systems and just energy transitions within the context of sustainable recovery. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward that B20 dialogue could deliver recommendation on finance and infrastructure in addressing the energy transition, technology, and green economy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, our next remarks will be delivered by our esteemed Governor of Bank Indonesia. Please welcome Mr. Peri Warjio.
Excellency Minister, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be here, to be invited in this very important meeting, which is B20 and G20 dialogue on the finance and infrastructure task force, which is discussing a very important theme, which is building coalition to enable greater and smarter infrastructure development at scale. This theme is very important and also in line with the G20 Presidency of Indonesia in this year, 2022, which is to recover together and recover stronger. We are now discussing a number of issues, which is also how we gather in this meeting to discuss and to commit on international policy coordination to address the challenge of today, the challenge of inflation, the challenge of the risk of stagflation, as well as also global financial condition. In this aspect, we are discussing how fiscal and monetary policy be coordinated to address and also to together to recover for bringing up our global economy on the strong footing after 2 years of pandemic COVID. But we also discuss a number of structural reform to recover stronger, on medium term, how the structural reform in the real sector, building the infrastructure, as well as also lifting up our corporate, our business, SME, to recover stronger from the impact of scarring. Let's get together on that. In this aspect, we also aware to be recover stronger of this economic global. We need to pay more attention on the climate issues to address the risk and build back a better global economy for a green and sustainable recovery. In order to recover stronger, the G20 committed to promoting productivity, increasing resilience and stability, as well as ensuring sustainable and inclusive growth. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, let me just point out the following 3 observations, which is may be important how we coordinate the global movement toward the transition to a green economy. The first, we must ensure an orderly, just, and affordable transition. This is important given different country circumstances. The G20 has developed a roadmap on sustainable finance to provide strong and a reference point how we leverage the international financing resources and unlock private sector investment. We will ensure that the works in aligning financial instrument with sustainable finance is undertaken along with the managing the transition risk and improving accessibility and affordability of the sustainable finance. Second, the digital infrastructure has helped us to building global economic resilience during the pandemic and is expected to continue to drive further growth and social inclusion in the future. But we need to better understand the importance of technological advancement in developing financial products and resources to meet the needs of sustainable infrastructure development. The third, we need to strengthen international cooperation to enable us to find the common solution together to address the global issues. Together we can. Business as usual is not sufficient in this time. We need to get together to work harder to deal with the green transition because the complex challenges that we are facing. In this context, we need to continue to strengthen our collaboration to ensure that we tackle the common challenges together, while at the same time promoting countries in need and assisting them to address domestic impediments in order to support economic recovery and help them to drive toward sustainable development goals. I hope my 3 points can be contribute in this very important seminar and meeting. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Periwarjio. Moving on to our next remarks from the Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia, represented by Deputy of Economic Affairs. Please welcome Ms. Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti.
Excellency Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, the Governor of Bank of Indonesia, Vice Minister of Finance of Indonesia, World Bank Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships, Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, colleagues from Ministry of Finance, businesses from B20 economies, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of the Minister of National Development Planning, His Excellency Suharto Monoarfa, let me first begin with delivering the Minister's warm appreciation to all of you, and also to the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Secretariat of B20 Indonesia 2022, who has excellently organized the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force B20-G20 dialogue. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this important opportunity, I would like to share with you regarding to the development priorities of infrastructure development in Indonesia. Our government is now linking infrastructure development with economic transformation agenda, which is for longer term objectives to improve economic productivity and accelerating the Indonesian economic growth in the medium and longer term. With the 17,000 islands and more than 279 million of population in Indonesia, then infrastructure development is the key to bring connectivity to the regions, and therefore infrastructure development is focused on regions as the basis of development. Indonesia has long been committed to supporting integrated regional development through infrastructure advancement. There are two aspects of infrastructure development in Indonesia. The first one is to building and developing infrastructure for basic services, such as low-cost housing, and also water supply. The second aspect of infrastructure development in Indonesia is economic infrastructure, such as transportation, digital infrastructure, as well as infrastructure to support the Indonesian economic transformation agenda. Like most developing countries, the huge challenges for Indonesia in advancing infrastructure development is providing the right financial sources with innovative financing. In line with President Joko Widodo's direction on the need for creative financing to attract investors to contribute to the development of infrastructure in Indonesia, then Bappenas is exploring options for an alternative sources of infrastructure financing. In the 2022 to 2024, we promote a variety of mechanisms for innovative financings, not only including government and private sectors, but also other stakeholders to jump in to the infrastructure development in Indonesia. And one of them are blended finance, and the other one is the public-private partnership scheme. In 2015-2021, the public-private partnership scheme has financed more than $17.7 billion for Indonesian infrastructure projects. And currently, there are 45 projects of PPP under the coordination of Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing. And those projects are responsible for financing various infrastructure projects, such as development of public housing, sanitary, power plants, highways, and ports across the regions in Indonesia. And the number of PPP projects increased from 25 projects and expected to increase to become the 26 new projects in 2023, including the projects for building our new capital city, Nusantara. And one of the most successful infrastructure projects financed through PPP scheme is the satellite Satria 1 project that expanding internet access coverage in Indonesia, and this project amounted to about $545 million. And in the future, we are expecting that the alternative funding scenario will be expanding for the infrastructure development in Indonesia and to improve the domestic connectivity, because domestic connectivity is the key for Indonesia to advance the economic growth in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me also include more regarding the technical infrastructure financing issues. Again, I would like to echo the President Joko Widodo's calls for women and micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises during the G20 summit in Italy in October 2021, and the infrastructure development focusing on facilitating the advancement of women and micro, small, medium enterprises is crucial for the development of a country. First, he mentioned that while the MSMEs contribute to around 2/3 of the economic activity in developing countries, and most of the MSMEs are owned by women. Secondly, MSMEs are fundamental driver of the economy and have been proven to be resilient during the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, G20 is expected to provide a strong support as well for the advancement of MSMEs infrastructure. And one way is, of course, we need to focus on the development of digital infrastructure, inclusive digital connectivity, and digital literacy for the MSMEs, and especially for women MSMEs. Furthermore, I would like also to raise the importance of promoting green infrastructure, which is as the new business model that will be emerge in the future. Green infrastructure could be a solution for a sustainable approach for the next infrastructure development agenda. And for your information, we already tried to start to build a green infrastructure project, and one of them are solar power and hydropower, and also hydropower in Indonesia reaching as much as about 207.1 gigawatts. And furthermore, Indonesia recognized there is a need for collaboration and cooperation with international counterparts to advance the development of green infrastructure projects in Indonesia. For your information, we collaborate with the Global Green Growth Institute, and we already also deploy the Green Infrastructure Initiative, and we are trying to collaborate as well with the government of Germany for building drinking water and wastewater management, urban transportation, and waste management project with the concept of green initiative. Therefore, I believe green infrastructure could play an essential role in reducing the infrastructure gap, since most developing countries is actually on the need of the advancement of infrastructure development, as we have actually, most of the developing countries have abundance of sources of renewable energy, such as hydropower, solar power, geothermal, and biomass. Thus, the global collaboration and partnership will be promoted, should be promoted to support the advancement of green infrastructure, not only in the financial aspect of the green infrastructure project, but also in the term of technological transfer and provision, as well as technological consultation and technological advancement. To conclude, I believe that this will be an excellent opportunity for all of us to better understand the need of developing countries, the need of the green infrastructure development in the future, and the need how that government and business can collaborate stronger to really support and reduce the gap between infrastructure development and financing. Thank you very much, and have a very good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti. We're very close to the panel session. However, before that, we have one more remarks from the Minister of Public Works and Housing of Indonesia, represented by Director General of Public Works and Housing Infrastructure Financing, Dr. Insinyur Heri Trisaputra Zuna. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, in this occasion, deliver the speech of Ministry of Public Works, Mr. Basuki Hadi Mulyono. Honorable Minister of National Development Planning, Head of National Development Planning Agency, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Governor of Bank Indonesia, Chair of Finance and Infrastructure Task Force, and CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to attend the B20-G20 Dialogue, Finance and Infrastructure Task Force. I would like to express my enormous appreciation to the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for arranging this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Empowerment Program in 2021 estimates that 79% of greenhouse gas emissions stem from infrastructure. Public work and housing infrastructure contribute about 40%, which consider the highest in the total greenhouse gas emission. It is also generate costs on high global climate adaptation. As stated by the President Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, Indonesia will continue to strive achieving the Sustainable Development Goals agenda in various areas, including overcoming the water crisis and climate change. Indonesia is also committed to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change to improve water, food, energy resilience, as well as to ensure the socio-economic growth. Indonesia is taking concrete action in controlling climate change by reducing carbon emission by 29% to 41% in 2030 and to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2050. It was also confirmed at the 21st Climate Change Summit. The Ministry of Public Work and Housing committed to accomplish Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG. The strategy of infrastructure development has also proposed to sustainable development by increasing the utilization of local material and tools. This strategy will reduce the carbon footprint and contribute to climate action. The Ministry of Public Work and Housing continues to build disaster resilient and climate resilient infrastructure, such as dams, breakwater, reservoir, embankment, and green infrastructure, as well as to implement better quality of water supply and sanitation. As an innovation in road infrastructure to reduce GHG emission, we are developing cashless and contactless transaction on toll road using the multi-lane free flow system. The user will be no longer need to stop at the toll gate, thus it can eliminate queuing time to 0 seconds, saving on congestion costs, minimize vehicle fuel, and reduce the carbon emission. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today our investment markets is shifting to a better paradigm, which combine environmental, social, and governance principles since planning stage. There has been increasing demand from government and industry for green financing. The public-private partnership scheme is potentially stand as a vital instrument in mobilizing private finance to accelerate the accomplishment of SDG targets. This will create a considerable impact to the GHG reduction and net zero carbon emission by 2050, as the Ministry of Public Work and Housing is committed to implement infrastructure development program through green financing. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe together we can deliver action to achieve sustainable management of water resources, safe drinking water, as well as sanitation, and safeguard the environment to provide the foundation of climate change mitigation. I also believe this event will beneficial to further collaboration with international partner organizations to develop bankable green PPP projects and seek low-cost, long-term climate funding which can be effectively blended with other funding sources. I am looking forward to meet you in the upcoming G20 event in November 2020. Thank you, Ministry of Public Work and Housing, Republic of Indonesia, Muhammad Basuki Hadi Mulyono. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Insinyur Heri Tri Saputra Zuna. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the first panel, once again, allow me please to say thank you to our sponsors. Main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinar Mas. Bronze sponsors, Apro Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Knowledge Partner, PwC Indonesia, Network Partners, Asian Development Bank, International Chamber of Commerce, World Economic Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to our panel session. This panel will be divided into two sessions, with both sessions on the topic of 4 recommendations of the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force Policy Paper. So without further ado, please welcome the moderator of the panel, B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force Policy Manager and Partner at PwC Indonesia, Mr. Raju Munusami.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, panel members, as well as attendees. It is an honor and privilege for me to stand here in front of you as a policy manager for this task force and to moderate 2 panels today. The two panels, of course, will discuss what already been mentioned, which are the 4 policy recommendations that the task force has come up with. Those 4, just to summarize them, 1 is on access to finance for infrastructure, second one is on financing, green financing, the third one is on digital infrastructure, and the fourth one is on financial regulations. So I will now invite the panel members for the first panel, and please join me. The first panel member is Bapak Febrio Kacaribu. Pak, would you mind joining me up here? Pak Febrio is the head of the Fiscal Policy Agency of the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. Prior to this position, he was the head of LPEM Macroeconomic and Financial Research at University of Indonesia from 2015 to 2020. Joining him, let me call Bapak Rino Dono Saputro, affectionately known as Donny. Pak Donny, would you join me here? Pak Donny here is Deputy Co-Chair of the task force, and today he is here representing the Co-Chair Bill Winters, who is the Group Chief Executive of Standard Chartered. Pak Donny himself is also Vice Chairman of ASEAN for Standard Chartered, a UK headquartered financial institution. Our third member of this panel is Amanda Murphy. Amanda, would you care? Amanda Murphy is the head of commercial banking in Southeast Asia at HSBC, one of the largest banking and financial service institutions. Amanda is today representing the task force co-chair, Mark Tucker, the group chairman of HSBC. Pak Febrio, maybe I'll start with you. We have heard today the gap on the infrastructure financing, that the public sector alone will not be enough to provide the fund, especially with the demand coming from so many other requirements, whether it's healthcare, pandemic-related, and so on. So the question here is that we need to have the private sector participation, and therefore we need that collaboration. So what opportunities do you see for this greater collaboration between private sector and public sector to make much more funds available to develop infrastructure, especially for countries like Indonesia, developing countries? I think our chair in his remark has mentioned that it's much easier for developed countries to get this money. Please.
So clearly, when we talk about infrastructure, these are for the people, right? We don't build infrastructure just for the sake of building infrastructure. So we know that this is going to be for the people, and the people now just almost over with pandemic. But still ongoing, we have climate change risks, climate change challenges. So what we have tried to talk about in G20, the finance track, is that whenever we think about infrastructure, that's for the people. And what is the people now needing, right? So after the pandemic, clearly, everybody's thinking about health. Everybody's thinking about how to prepare for the future pandemic and how to live well and how to make sure that our health is to the best that we can offer. If I'm the government, I'm trying to provide the best possible service in terms of health for the people, right? So that's the need. And another thing about the after pandemic, clearly during the pandemic, you see that a lot of countries can actually alleviate the problem a little bit better when they are actually much more connected digitally. So we learned that during the pandemic, digitalization plays a big role, and clearly we need more of those. Now, when you talk about developing countries, these are the two sectors that developing countries are usually lacking of. Now, again, when we identifying the need of the people after the pandemic, these are the two big sectors that we're talking about. We can call it after pandemic infrastructure need. So these are the two that we always highlight in the finance track. Now, the second thing is clearly the ever happening climate change risk, climate change challenges. So clearly we need to think about infrastructures that are associated and consistent with our climate change policies. Clearly, when we think about infrastructures, one of the biggest one is energy. So when we think about energy, we think about how to build more sustainable sources of energy. We think about electricity. We think about how to build more renewable power plants. And it is going to be dependent upon the condition of developing countries itself. Presumably, I'm focusing on developing countries. Certain country like Indonesia, for example, we have excess capacity of electricity power. So to have more renewables, we need to early retire some of our coal-based power plant as well. So a lot of things that can be worked out. We are actually talking to the Chamber of Commerce as well. We are working very closely as to how are we going to alleviate some of these additional challenges after the pandemic, then in ongoing challenges that we face with the climate change risk.
Okay, thank you, Pa. That's the perspective from the government side. Now I would like to invite Pak Doni and also Amanda to give a view from the financial institution. Both of you coming from a very large financial institution, very active in infrastructure globally. So based on those institutional experience and your personal experience as well, maybe I'll start with Pak Doni first. How do you see what kind of support is required from the public sector to enable private sector to come up with more money into infrastructure?
Thank you, Raju. But perhaps, can I just reiterate first, before I address that question, that I think as Ibu Mari mentioned, that this issue is really a collective issue, and we need all hands on deck, right? So this G20, B20 dialogue is really an important activity, if you will, actually, in order to have a policy dialogue in addressing urgent matters in the world. The other thing is that I would like to compliment the chair and the task force leadership. The task force policy paper the draft policy paper, and I understand that that's only going to be some minor changes after that, has really become very powerful. I think actually many of the stakeholders who will read it actually later on will see that this would address quite a number of things actually that have probably been mentioned in the past B20s, but not yet being actioned. Now, if you talk about the public sector, I mean, of course, we're coming from the private sector perspective. One thing that is quite important is that I think Ibu Mari also mentioned that at the COP26, one of the phenomenon that happened was the significant participations by the private sector over there. Now, following to that, many of the private sector companies, global financial institutions, have made commitments to mobilize funds for transition finance and for sustainable finance in general. Like, for example, for us in Standard Chartered, we pledged to mobilize $300 billion between now and 2030. Now, what we need is governments to step up and to also join the table in terms of this mobilization. Even the developed markets can, and actually they should be, because they can afford to take more risk. And emerging markets needs to undergo the reforms necessary to attract the finance. Exploration can be made into issuing some infrastructure similar to the T-bills in the US and so on. Now, the other thing is, I know that Pak Arif mentioned blended finance has been talked a lot, but clearly blended finance is a very, very critical tool to de-risk all of this. And multilateral development banks must undertake its reform in order for blended finance to scale up. So there's a number of things actually that we can cover actually out of how MDB should actually move forward. First one would be they need to move to a model actually of originate and distribute. So generate and distribute, essentially trying to leverage as much as possible. I think actually many of that actually have been in our policy paper as well. The other thing actually that is very important for the MDBs is that they need to define what types of guarantees that are there and trying to adjust it with all of the needs specifically in emerging markets. So I'll give one particular example. In Indonesia, the early decommissioning of coal-fired power plants is a very real sort of at the heart of the Indonesia's energy transition mechanism. And the thing is that these type of recognition for guarantees model actually is not there yet at the moment. So these are the types of things actually that needs to be had. Last but not least is on the voluntary carbon market. I know with Pak Febrio we talked a lot actually about that. One thing actually that is being asked is that there's already some core carbon principles set up by the ICVCM, the Integrity Council of the Voluntary Carbon Market, and the ask is for the G20 countries to adopt its implementation. Thank you.
Amanda, your thoughts on how to make this a scale financing infrastructure?
Thank you. And I think listening to the previous speakers today, listening to the panel, my co-panelists here, I think everybody is of the same mind. It involves a partnership. It needs a partnership between government, between private institutions. It needs a partnership with other stakeholders. But these problems aren't new. These problems have been around for over a decade. They've been in front of the G20, who've been looking at ways to solve them for 10 years now. So I think the challenge that's with us today and tomorrow as we come together is how do we turn our big statements of intent and aspiration and desire, how do we turn those into tangible actions? So what do we need? Well, we have heard some esteemed speakers already today talk about the need for clearer procurement rules, the need for a pipeline of projects. If we think about the way projects are run at the moment, it's a little bit ad hoc in some of these countries. It's too expensive for those who are running bid teams to come for ad hoc projects. They can't get the scale of investment needed, of expertise, of people. So we need to be able to lay out a runway of what projects in each of the countries come. And then I think we need to be very tactical about what do we want to achieve together. I think the G20 should ask the World Bank Group and other stakeholders to deliver a report on progress, because we've talked about aspiration, but we haven't made the progress. So how do we deliver a report on progress each year that starts to show, and maybe creates a little bit of friendly competition, but starts to show where are countries providing the infrastructure for investment, highlighting which projects have been successful, what were the characteristics of those projects, and what can other governments and other countries learn from that. And also maybe even in the future ranking countries. And I think that's the first thing. So I would encourage the G20 to ask for that report. It's the old saying, you know, what gets measured gets done. And then I think the second thing is, let's randomly audit some of those projects. At the moment, the pipeline of projects sounds a little bit like a country's wish list. And we've all got wish lists, but how do we turn them into real projects that we randomly audit? We share the experience. We audit them against the project pipeline tool that's in existence. We have it, we've agreed it. And then how do we use that? And then I think we've talked about financing, and Ibu Shinta touched on this earlier on. We have to become more innovative. I'm sure we'll touch on this. And then my last ask, and I promise I'll stop then. My last ask is, the task force has done a tremendous job around making clear recommendations. G20 must endorse the FAST Infra Initiative, because that's what will make these projects investable as an asset class. That's what will elevate them to the level of green bonds. It will provide a very clear transparency around governance, reporting, etc. And I think that's a really massive impetus for us.
Thank you for reminding all of us that this is not a new problem. And also
I've been around too long, I think.
And also the need to have a pipeline. And I think it's timely to move to the second question. In the task force calls, and also in our policy, we mentioned about the importance. We cannot undermine the importance of the project preparation, right? And the development of investment-ready projects to get this private sector money, so-called. So I'll start with you, Amanda. What do you see as the key issues when it comes to infrastructure, project planning, preparation, procurement, so that how to make this investment ready? Because we also heard about this, and there have been a lot of effort done by the MDBs as well to improve the capacity to prepare for projects. So what more can be done? How to mitigate the issue here?
Well, if I go back a little bit to 2018, before pandemic, G20 at that time agreed principles for the infrastructure product preparation phase. And these were widely endorsed by all parties. So there was a level of comfort with them. And I think we need to revisit those and agree to utilize them, because they're already there. This helps give much more guidance and direction to those who are in the preparation stage. It helps bring a consistency across countries, and it helps smooth the time that's involved. And I think that's really key as well. I think we can also, and this will take a little bit more work, but I think G20 countries can also devise and share some standardized instruments and some model legislation. Now, this will take some effort to create in the short term, but I think will have some longer term benefits. Rather than each country trying to recreate the wheel and starting again, you could have specific variations from country to country, but a core nucleus that is, I guess, that is reusable almost. And then I think the G20 could ask either GIH or WBG to prepare a template for infrastructure, so that it's very clear what are the features of the project, what is the size of the project, what are the commitments around bidding, the transparency around awarding of projects, so everybody understands what they're going into. And I think these are really key areas to help with that whole preparation piece.
Padoni, your view, is there anything you wish to add?
Well, I think just to add to what Amanda mentioned, this issue about project preparation is really one of the two big issues that cause the infrastructure gap. And I think, technical solutions have been identified, but I think prioritizations of this issue have not been, put in the right place. So the common issues such as the unattractive revenue risk allocation, you got currency risk, you got lack of a robust and transparent procurement processes. You have lack of robustness on the contract, regulatories, and the likes. These types of things actually are quite common happening, particularly in the emerging markets. Now, I think Amanda made a very good point in terms of, look, measure and create the right standards, and I think actually that will get things done. I think the G20 can ask the World Bank Group and other multilateral development banks to really intensify the technical assistance. I mean, that's the other thing actually that needs to be done. I mean, that's to partner all of the project developers in creating the best possible project prep, that is.
Thank you, Badoni. Pak Febrio, if I can go follow up on that, what the other two panelists have discussed here. From the Indonesian government point of view, what more can be done to make sure that we have projects ready for this private sector investment?
Well, first of all, infrastructure projects are usually public goods, public services. And you need to bring it to scale. When you have too small of a projects, that's when usually you have a lot of problems with it. But when you have it to scale, that means that you will be able to leverage more, and you can gather more of those options of financing, including the blended finance everybody's been talking about. And of course, increasingly now, I think you need to build around narratives as to what do developing countries actually need. And in terms of that, when you start trying to invite MDBs, for example, MDBs will have their own KPIs, right? Their KPIs, you could take, for example, SDGs, for example. When you go into that narrative, now you can come up with mobilization, right? So when you talk about developing countries, for example, MDBs have a lot of agendas, a lot of KPIs they need to achieve. Now, for example, you can take, and that can be at scale. When you have built the narratives correctly and together, and that's when you start bringing the infrastructure project size to scale. Now, when you talk about preparation, that's not a new problem. We have seen that problem before. But again, when we try to collaborate around the same narrative, I think that's when we can actually collaborate and getting more mobilization around that narrative. Let me take an example of health. Health, when you go to developing country, you see that there's a big gap of need versus what is available. Now, you're gonna say it's a wish list. Clearly that is a wish list. But now we say that developing countries have a potential for the country to grow, for the economy to grow, but the developing countries usually come up with a shortage of capital to finance the infrastructure projects, and then connect that with MDBs, with the SDG narratives. Now you have a bigger narrative to play with, and now you can talk about blended finance. Now you can talk about collaboration, capital mobilization among big investors, small investors, MDBs, even including philanthropists. So these are the type of, I would say, this is probably not new either, but increasingly lately, because of the climate change, because of the pandemic, we start thinking about these modalities of financing. I think increasingly we are learning from each other, and hopefully we can build a good narrative together and pick certain theme of what we want to do. For example, in terms of the climate change, we have the energy transition. Energy transition clearly going to require a lot of capital. But again, if you have a good narrative, that's when you start.
Thank you. We hope by this B20, this task force recommendation can actually bring something different, something new. Because as they say, doing the same thing again and again and expecting different results is just insanity.
Maybe I can just add that, because I really agree with you around your narrative. I think it's that value of storytelling. Why are we going here? And our challenge as leaders in this area is to take the narrative and bring specificity with it. Because in the past, I think we've kept the narrative quite high level, and that hasn't enabled us to make more progress. If ever we learned anything from the last couple of years, it's how intertwined the world is and how partnerships are so important to deliver on that. And so, certainly that public-private element we're absolutely committed to delivering there.
Okay. I'd like to move to the third question, and this is on the financial regulation. We know that financial regulation is important to provide some sort of control, but you also want to ensure that financial regulation doesn't impede investment in infrastructure. So I'll start with Donny here. What do you think are the key ways in which the existing and the planned financial regulation can be reconsidered to achieve an improved balance? Because after all, what we want is economic growth, improvement in productivity, and also financial stability.
This is a wish list question, and you ask the banker about what regulatory reforms actually that
rub
needs
the
to
lamp
be
and
made,
get
I
the
suppose,
genie out.
actually.
Rub the lamp and get the genie out.
Exactly. No, but to be quite honest, I think, okay, there's a few key principles actually. One is that planned financial regulation should be coordinated amongst all the key jurisdictions, because we do see, particularly for us who operate actually in multi-markets globally, we see the trend towards fragmentation. Now, that's the key thing. Interoperability has been very, very important here. The third one is that with the financial stability objective in mind, very much in mind, we believe that this is a time for financial regulators and policymakers to ensure that the regulatory framework is more supportive of growth and innovation. There's a couple of specific examples that I'll quote actually here, but we believe that transition finance, sustainable finance, green infrastructure financing actually are the ones actually that would require regulatory changes from an incentivization perspective. So on a capital side, a very common instrument is the RWA relief. Now, it's not quite comprehensive at this point. It should be extended to cover the uncovered part of an infrastructure investment. We need to consider the impact of IFRS 9, for example, because the longer it is, actually, the greater the RWA impact is. And typically, that's actually what's needed for infrastructure project. We need to explore further the regulatory treatment of unfunded guarantees to incentivize the use to support the position that MDB should move towards the unfunded side rather than the funded. The other thing is that we have also advocated for an extension of the CRR 501 capital relief. That's the 25% RWA capital relief for sustainable infrastructure projects. This support needs international backing within the Basel capital framework to ensure qualification of the project, because it requires investment grade or almost investment grade requirement within it. The problem is that many of the countries, even doesn't have to be in Africa, you know, Vietnam and others actually may not qualify for this. So that's a little bit anecdotal becomes. The other thing is the NSFR. I think we know that we need a recalibration of the net stable funding ratio, because it had the largest constraining factor on our ability to get funding. The issue here that capital and liquidity relief will apply at the home level, while the asset actually sits in the emerging markets. So these are actually things that we need to address, so that cross-border transfer risk actually should be there. Last but not least is about hedging. So ways to work on that measurement to manage the currency risk on cheap, affordable hedging is key.
Again, that's a very long list of wishes. You're supposed to have only 3. So, Amanda, to yours, what do you see any opportunities for improvement in the existing?
So I'm an optimistic person, and I always think of opportunities. In this area, I think of risks as well, because when I look at where we are, and I heard 2 of the ladies earlier on touch on this, the low return from these assets, the capital treatment of financing them, the tenor that is needed in them. We talked about 50 years, but we hear people are struggling to finance, banks are struggling to finance at 7 years, at 10 years. So how do we recognize the innovative solutions that are being driven to finance in this space? And how do we give an appropriate capital treatment to them so that we don't waste public money, because the public is not getting the benefit of the risk mitigants in the capital structure, but we also don't make it so onerous from a capital perspective that the banks, from a shareholder perspective, don't want to get involved or can't afford to get involved. And I think this is a real area that we've got to work through. The paper looks at this, and I do encourage, I know we mentioned 70 pages earlier on. They're good pages, and I do encourage colleagues here to read those. There is a recommendation that calls for a task force to specifically look at this area, because we need to make some really clear recommendations that we can all buy in. And we think a task force that comprises of the FSB and MDBs, financial institutions, and government representatives together can actually drive something here. We believe that report should be in place by spring, so that when we come together in, I think it's spring 2023, we've got some genuine tactical recommendations. If I look at from a wider growth and stability perspective, you've touched on Basel III, we all are familiar with it. We're seeing as a global bank, one of the benefits that we can see is how regulations get implemented in different countries. And we're seeing a slight unraveling of how Basel III will be implemented across the world. And I think this is an area of real concern for us, particularly as we seek to support the fast-growing developing nations. And we're seeing requests for deviations, we're seeing requests for delays to implementation. And the reason for that is the implication for some countries, in particular in the developing nations, is so significant from fully implementing Basel III that it damages competitiveness. So for us, looking at that, making sure we don't want to go back to a pre-global financial crisis world ever, but making sure that it's fit to support the growth aspirations for the future, making sure that we don't have competitive distortions in the market that aren't healthy for us, that fragment our financial systems. And I think that we don't want to push jurisdictions to fulfill international obligations, but at the same time not balance the commitments it's making in other areas such as sustainable infrastructure growth, etc. So it's not an easy one, and I certainly don't have the solutions. I'm afraid I've got the questions today, but we do think that a task force specifically on this is important. And the other thing, I'll just build on what Padoni said around the FX risk, because this is a real risk. Most of these projects are still financed in US dollars. And so this is a real risk and a real concern for countries. How are they going to be able to mitigate that risk over a protracted period of time? And those instruments aren't available today, so how we build those together is going to be critical.
Okay, thank you. Fabio, to close out the panel, we understand that the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia has an objective for deepening the inclusive financial markets. From the BKF, from the fiscal agency perspective, what are the initiatives available, and how can private sector participate in that or benefit from that plan?
If I were to start from the investment side, investment is, for Indonesia, for example, is about 30% of our GDP, 30 to 33%. So that is about $350 billion a year. Now, out of this $350 billion a year, the banking system contribute less than 10% of it in Indonesia. So that is one of the examples showing how shallow our financial market is in Indonesia. Our financial market is dominated by banks. It's more than 75% of our financial market is actually coming from banks. And the bank itself contributing less than 10% to our investment annually. So that is, again, telling very shallow of a financial market in Indonesia. So where does the money come from? From the corporate money itself. So that is also connecting to what the other panel members saying, that when we talk about financing infrastructure investment, it is about structuring the project itself and then try to tie it directly to the financing sources. But if you want to ask me about the inclusive financial market, clearly this is one of the biggest challenges that we face in developing countries like Indonesia. We have a very low of financial inclusion. When you have a saving account in the bank, doesn't mean that you're actually financially inclusive. What we want financial inclusion to be about is when they actually use the money, the account, for productive purposes, so they can have access to credit. But the credit that they're accessing, we also want it not to be too expensive. So there are a lot of ways that have been tried to increase the inclusivity of our financial market, especially for the low income. For example, the biggest initiative in countries like Indonesia is, for example, through interest rate subsidy for small and medium enterprises. But again, this will be a lot of policies need to be looked into again as to how effective are they in terms of increasing the financial inclusivity itself. How fast are they graduating from small, medium enterprises, micro, medium enterprises to bigger businesses themselves. So there are a lot of things that we need to work on, but if I try to connect that with infrastructure projects, what you need is money coming from long-term investment. Now, from the financial market, the long-term investment coming from pension funds. And again, sad news. For developing countries like Indonesia, pension fund is among the least developed financial market sector in Indonesia. So when a country, developing country like Indonesia, need to revamp its financial market, to reform its financial market, to be able to participate more in infrastructure projects, we need to build more strength in our long-term investment, especially in the pension fund. And that is not going to be an easy task. That will require some reforms, and especially the first step is going to be increasing the financial literacy of our middle class. Because middle class, not all of us actually have pension fund as well. So a lot of, I can go on and on, but these are about shallow capital market, shallow financial market. We need to work on a long-term one, but it needs some reforms. Not going to take overnight to do that. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak. Actually, that comes to the end of this panel. Thank you, Fabio, Doni, and Amanda, for being here, sharing your insights and your ideas with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. Join me in thanking the panel members. So thank you, Pak. As that concludes the first panel, let us move to the second panel. And with that, I would like to invite the three speakers or the three panel members. The first one is Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, or known as Ibu Winnie. Ibu Winnie, please join me up here. Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti is the Deputy of Economic Affairs at Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia, Bappenas. You've heard her already during the speaking session before this. She has served as an expert staff to Bappenas for Economic and Finance Synergy and has been with the ministry for over 20 years. Welcome. The next panel member is Marc-André Blanchard, coming all the way from Canada. Marc, please join me. Marc-André Blanchard is the task force co-chair, and he is also the executive vice president and head of CDPQ Global, as well as global head of sustainability at CDPQ. Marc-André is responsible for international operations and sustainability activities. The third, I seems to be missing my, oh, right there. Ahmed Said. Please join me, Ahmed. Ahmed Said is the Vice President for East Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific at the Asian Development Bank, who happened to be our network partner for this task force. ADB, of course, is the Asia's regional development bank that promotes social and economic development in Asia and the Pacific. We'll try to cover in this panel the topic that we haven't covered before, which is on the digital infrastructure, on the green financing as well. But I will start with question to Ibu Amalia. As what do you see is, I know in your speech you have mentioned about priority sectors for Indonesia. But if I can twist that question a little bit and say, what would be the biggest opportunities for private sector to invest in Indonesia's infrastructure? What would be those?
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, if we can see again the categories of infrastructure development in Indonesia, if I could mention again that we have infrastructure development for basic services. It is mostly public investment because, as you know, that basic services is actually not commercially feasible, but socially viable. That the government need to invest in that area because it has to be for developing, also to support the people livability in the country. The second aspect is infrastructure development for economic opportunities. So we call it, this is economic infrastructure development. So what I would like to say here that there are a lot of rooms of opportunity for private sectors to chip in and contribute in the economic infrastructure development in Indonesia. For example, digital infrastructure. There's a lot of areas that that private sectors can chip in because it is mainly for private investors to come. The government is only will contribute only a small part of it. So again, the other area is if I can mention housings, private sector can come, of course. Toll road and ports. Probably private sectors can come in the scheme of public-private partnerships. And the other one is the one that is also emerging about renewable energy. Indonesia really would like to do a just transition from fossil energy into renewable energy. And this is one of the big opportunities for private investors to come. We have abundant resources for renewable energies that can be utilized together. And the last one is also other economic infrastructure, such as industrial park and also tourism infrastructure. It is really open for private investors to come and join to the development of Indonesia.
Mark Andre, thank you for coming to Bali. And it's first time, good to see you in person. Parida, as the chair, has mentioned in his presentation the availability of institutional money. That seems to be significant enough. Now the question here is, what do institutional investors look when they invest in infrastructure? And what can be done more to mobilize this institutional financing for infrastructure, especially when it comes to blended finance, which Parida mentioned is not a silver bullet. But what would it require for a country like Indonesia to be able to attract the institutional money in a scale to build infrastructure?
So, well, thank you, Raju, and thank you, everyone. And those of you who are actually feel sorry for me to have traveled from Canada to be here, I must say that there are 3 other people in my family, my wife and 2 sons, who actually feel the exact opposite of what you think. They think I'm the luckiest man to be here in Bali, and I just confirm that I am, that it's paradise on earth. So thank you for having me here. A lot of it was said by Dani and Amanda before, and very well said on this issue. What I will say, I will say that the system, what we need, and the recommendations we've made in the B20, and I want to salute on that the leadership of Parida on this task force has been phenomenal, and your contribution, Raju, and PwC as well, so thank you for that. What is basically, often we say, we signed the Paris Accord, we've agreed on the SDGs, and that's all in 2015. We were supposed to move from billions to trillions invested in infrastructure everywhere, and in most places the money has not moved. So why? Well, we kept doing exactly the same thing as we were doing for the last 50 years. We forgot to change. And the situation is, in my case, in the case of institutional investors, the system is not adapted to us. You know, when the Bretton Woods institutions were created in the 50s, we were very tiny. Now, we're 900 times bigger than the MDBs that everybody is expecting will solve all of the issues in the world. The MDBs have a very essential role to play. I'm not, and one that is doing a great job is Ahmed at the ADB. I'm a biggest fan of what the work is doing. They're very innovative. But the MDBs cannot be stronger than what their mandate is, given by their shareholders. So they're doing stuff, but their mandate is not to de-risk institutional investors like me to come in all sorts of countries. So we've invested at my pension fund, so we are a Canadian pension fund. We invest the money of the Quebec workers and some Quebec insurance plans. We have $350 billion of American dollars of assets under management. We have, it's one-third, 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 one-third in Canada, one-third in the US, one-third in the world. The one-third in the world, there's 60 billions of that is invested in emerging markets. We didn't wait for the World Bank or the MDBs to come with us. But like we are doing what we can at the pace we can. That is the problem is the risk-return nexus. To do things differently, we're asking capital to do things it has not done so far. Why? Well, because people have assessed that the risk-return equation nexus is not the right one. Maybe we're wrong in our assessments, but it is the situation. So we need to change that. And what we need to do is to make sure, so my point is, we need to work differently, and the private sector, the institutional sectors has spelled out clearly what it needed. A lot of it was referenced by Donnie. I'll just repeat for us, we need way better instruments on the first loss issues. Like that is if you want to unlock a lot of money, let's work on that. The second biggest item, which is as important as the first one. On the first one, I want to come back to you. On the $60 billion we've invested in emerging markets, everywhere, including in this country. You know, in the last 4 years, we've lost, this portfolio has been minus 18% on the foreign exchange risk. When people tell you about the foreign exchange risk, it is real. We report our returns twice a year in Canadian dollars. So this is an issue for us. So we need to find better instruments on the foreign exchange, better instrument on some of the risk, but the most, and not as equally important, and Donnie, I'm so glad you made that point because it's an easy one for the G20 to resolve. We need a big global, it could be 2, 3, whatever you want, but we need to put project preparation at scale. Mary, you've made, from the World Bank, you've made a great comment, the GIF at the World Bank. It's been a huge success. It's tiny, 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 tiny. We need to put that on steroids, and we need to get it out of the World Bank or do a deal with the World Bank. The issue with this one is it only helps prepare projects that the World Bank would do. So we need one that we would do, that CPPIB would do, that APG would do, that ADIA would do. Like these are the first loss instruments, project preparation, and then the third part, and I'll finish on that, is the data. The World Bank and the MDBs have a lot of experiences. They are they have the ones that have been on the ground for so long. We need to find ways to share more the data, because that would help us in de-risking and actually reduce. So when, don't forget the level of quote, unquote, ignorance of the institutional investors. The markets here, some of the markets are really new for us. We have not ventured in a real way. So there's a lot we don't know. And when we don't know, you know what? It's human nature. We tend to overestimate the risk and underestimate the opportunities. The sharing of the GEMS database, for example, with the World Bank, would be such a great thing for us, because that we would understand what was invested, what was lost, what were the returns, blah, 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 all of the things that the World Bank knows. And that would actually help us price better. And I bet you we would price lower some of the risks that we think there are. So these are the things.
Thank you. I think the requirement for sharing that knowledge, I think that's an important aspect of this. I know that Ibu Mari mentioned that the World Bank has no intention to crowd out the private sector. We've heard in our task force numerous times the need for the MDBs to support mobilization of private finance. So Ahmed, to your question is, from ADB's perspective, what are the plans to do this? Or is there a plan to mobilize private sector, and what can be done more to affect that?
Thank you for that question. Obviously, it's an honor to be here. It's amazing how much energy and how vibrant Bali is right now. Everywhere I turn, I see energy, I see engagement, I see people grappling with difficult problems from different perspectives, and it's a real privilege to be a part of that process. So thank you for having us. What I thought I'd do is, I actually want to provide a bit of a 80,000-foot answer to that question first, hopefully relatively quickly, and then focus in on some areas where we could be doing more. Because in many ways, the only thing we do at development banks, or should be doing, is mobilizing private capital in some sense. And I think one aspect of that that's sometimes underappreciated is our balance sheet. We are a very effective intermediary between global savings and EM risk. That's our core business. Every sovereign loan we extend is funded in the capital markets. It comes from savers, mostly in developed countries. And so sometimes that's forgotten. People don't realize that's mobilizing private capital for development. Actually, at the heart of our business is the mobilization of capital through the capital markets, leveraging our AAA status. So that's there, but it's only so scalable, and that's where you start to run into these issues that Mark is talking about. But I do think in the first instance, we are mobilizers of private capital for everything we do. That's number one. Number two, let's go then below the balance sheet level, and let's look at a country context. And again, maybe I'm going to go from 80,000 feet to maybe 79,000. I think there's three basic ways for organizations like ours to engage, to move the needle on the mobilization of private capital. Help you build a better country, help you build a better project, or help you build a better match between savers and those who would like to use capital. And I think you can categorize everything we do as institutions in these three boxes. We do a lot of work with governments on policy reform. That's helping governments build a more investable macroclimate. There's been a lot of talk about risk mitigation instruments, political risk cover, FX cover, other types of cover. That, to me, all falls into the help you build a better project. There's some more interesting and innovative things we're doing about help build a better project, which I'll talk about in a second. But I want to come to the third, because I think the third is the real missing link, which is help to do a better job of building the pipes that connect capital to use of capital. Because I would argue at the highest level, we're in a world which has a long-term declining interest rate trend, a long-term declining return on investment trend. We have pensions with long-dated liabilities. They don't need to make 20% a year for the next 30 years, but they better make 5, 6, or 7. And I think that most people would agree that there's a tremendous match between the investment needs of high savings economies, or the return needs of high saving economies, and the investment needs of the developing world. We've got to do a better job of building the pipes. So I think that's where the opportunity lies. Now, what are the unique assets that we bring as institutions to this party? I actually think once you turn to the third problem, the matching problem, the most powerful assets we have are intangible assets. Okay, and I would categorize that again as three. Number one, there are subjects we know well that are not yet so commercially relevant, that there's tremendous expertise built up in financial institutions or in financial or in institutional investors. How will Article 6 of the carbon trading regime work? Well, we're helping shape it. We know it better because we're not there to make a dollar, we're there to make a market. The second thing is, our institutions, the World Bank certainly, ADB, what I say to people is we have the kind of knowledge of developing countries that a K Street lobbyist has of Capitol Hill. Like, we have tactical how do you get things done knowledge. Like, who at what ministry likes whom at the other ministry and who doesn't, who works together. That's really powerful, but you have to unlock it and unleash it. But the third thing we have, which is an unbelievably powerful diminishing asset on this planet, is I do believe our institutions are trusted. That doesn't mean we don't have tremendous skeptics. But fundamentally, we can sit in a room with investors and government, and we can be a trusted intermediary who will give the honest opinion. I think that's the opportunity. We can talk a little bit later about how do we turn those intangible assets, and I sometimes say people don't like the term, we say weaponize them, because the whole point is to drive impact through them. But I think that's the opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Let's move on to the next topic, which is digital infrastructure. There have been a lot being talked on the benefit of digitization. We have a different task force addressing that. But all those applications, they all need infrastructure for people to access. So infrastructure development, in digital infrastructure development becoming a very important aspect of financial inclusion, whether healthcare and so on. So I will start with Marc-André. About 3 years ago, CDPQ acquired a 30% stake in Vertical Bridge, which is the largest private owner and operator of communications infrastructure in the US. What's the thought process when CDPQ placed that investment, and the thinking forward in terms of how important is digital infrastructure development is? And then also, how can government like Indonesia can accelerate or facilitate for investment in this digital infrastructure by private sector?
I will not flood you with data, but just to give you on my way here, I was reading some reports that just to give you an idea, in 2010 there was 2 zettabytes of data used in the world. 2 zettabytes, whatever that zettabyte is, don't ask me. But 2 in 2010, 33 in 2018, and we expect that it will be 149 in 2024. So it's growing exponentially, and at a speed that nobody had foreseen. I don't think so, and the velocity. And so for us, you've talked about Vertical Bridge, but you could have talked about all of our investments in the tech world and in the fintech and everywhere. We believe in this, and we believe that the digital infrastructure is key for employment, obviously education, for growth, for inclusivity, to fight inequalities. I can tell you, who are the poorest in Canada? Some people either living in inner city, or some people living in the northern part of Canada, in some very, very far away places. Well, what's something that is in common between these 2 places for some, when you look at the individuals? Well, they're not connected. And believe it or not, in a country as rich as Canada, we don't have broadband available everywhere. This is a failure of our society, really. And so we need to, but what's the problem there? What's the problem? Why there's no broadband in the northern part of Canada? In some places, not everywhere, in some remote places, and then you don't need to go that far in some cases for not having. Why? Because for the private sector, the risk-return nexus, the equation that I was talking about in my first intervention, is not there. And this is where we need to work differently together. We now need to work with the government of Canada and the telcos in Canada, the telecommunications companies, and then the cable companies and us, the institutional money and the financial sectors, to actually make why there's a problem. The risk return is not right. So how do we make it right? to do something that we as a society believe it is essential. And we're going to talk about that. This is where blended finance comes in. I agree with Donnie. We have to talk about it way more than we've been talking about it. Because if you talk to the people in development, they will say, oh, blended finance, that's for impact investment. That's for the small stuff and in some rural parts. And no. This is about we need to finance a lot of things in infrastructure that actually there are externalities issues from an economic perspective and market failures. And how are we going to get around this is with blended finance. You know, in countries like Canada and all over the world, actually, it's an issue at the moment. How are we going to make this transition affordable? Who will bear the price of this? And when you look at some of it, the shareholders don't want to pay for it, the consumers don't want to pay for it. So if, as a society, we decided it's important and essential, we will need to actually make some decisions all together. And governments will have a role, and then the capital, from institutional capital to everything from philanthropy and everything, to on the way to venture capitalists will have a role to play. And we need to rethink the way we all think about these tranches of capital and how do we put them together and the role of it. And that's why what Donnie said about project preparation, for me, it's not only about technical expertise or because in some emerging countries there's no capacity to do that. No, there's plenty of capacity. It's just we're trying to do something that has never been done anywhere. So we need to think about it differently, and we need to bring the tech people in, and we need to bring the financial people, the legal people, blah, 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 everything in, and all together to succeed. And digital infrastructure is a key part of the future for inclusion, for having peace in the world, really, and we need to make it happen. So then that's why, and I think in this context, we will need a lot of blended finance. Thank you.
Okay, so digital access then and digital inclusivity. So we need a question for you is, what do you think of this? How do you provide or universalize the digital access in Indonesia especially? And what development in infrastructure is needed? I know in your speech you mentioned about the satellite, for example, but are there other things that you want to say about this?
Yeah. And actually, Indonesia put digital transformation as a priority of our development agenda. Then what is becoming the concern from the government is not only about development of digital infrastructure. There are three aspects that we put into our development agenda. The first one is, yes, it is digital infrastructure development because it is very important to ensure connectivity and improve access of people to digital connection. And also, we are building data and application center under the digital infrastructure. But the second one, which is also important, that government really concerned is digital utilization. So digital infrastructure without enough without adequate utilization, that will not be useful and will not provide any benefits to our people. So digital utilization is also a must, and it is very important. And how can we utilize digital infrastructure to support e-health, education, and also to improve access of SMEs to the market, and also to provide a better target for our social assistance. And the third one is strengthening the enablers. So this is the three aspects that the government of Indonesia is concerned with. And the third one is strengthening of enablers, such as ensuring cybersecurity. And the second one is digital literacy. It's also important because without digital literacy, even though there is a digital infrastructure, that it will not be optimally utilized. And the third one is digital industry such as ICT. We promote industrial development that is really linked to the production of ICT equipments and also ICT components and so on. So meaning that the demand created from digital transformation also need to be combined with the enough supply from the digital industries. So this is what we would like to say at this case. And I would like also to underline that the digital transformation in our country is really provide the benefits for three aspects. The first one is that digital infrastructure and digital transformation will create or improve economic productivity. And the second one is to accelerate inclusive development. And the third one is to address inequality. So I think this is a very important development objectives, not only economic productivity, but we also really concerned with the social aspect of the development, which is inclusiveness, and also address inequality. And I just would like to give you samples that digital utilization in Indonesia is now emerging. For example, for e-health, we have like Halodoc, and if you access Halodoc, we really can consult with the doctors anywhere we are. We can access to doctors, medicine, anytime and anywhere, and also it can reach people who living in the remote areas. And one also very promising is the application and utilization of digital infrastructure in agricultural and fishery sectors. There is one of, I'm also surprised that there is a startup in Indonesia. It call it e-fishery. So e-fishery is actually helping farmers to do smart farming, especially in the fishery sectors. And then farmers are really benefited from cooperation with the e-fishery. They can improve the productivity and can really have a better management of their farming. So I think e-fishery in Indonesia is now becoming a startup, one of the startups which is profitable. So I think this is one of the examples, the utilization of the digital infrastructure and how the development of digital infrastructure can benefit people.
Okay, thank you, Vivini, for also raising the issue of digital literacy and digital security. Because with all this digital transformation, if the literacy is not there, it's not going to create inclusivity. It's just going to increase the gap.
So I think these three aspects is very important, not only talking about digital infrastructure, but also digital utilization and also digital enabler, which is including cybersecurity and also digital literacy.
So I like now to move to Ahmed. Ahmed, one of ADB's operational priorities is making cities more livable. Right? So we are talking about infratech, smart cities. So what opportunities do you see for digitalization of infrastructure in those areas?
Yeah, thank you. And I want to just pick up first on something, Ibu Malia, that you said, because I think what your comments illustrated is that technology is development. In fact, the entire story of development is a story about technology. It's about productivity gains and about human welfare gains that accrue and arise over time and grow exponentially through the application of new ways of doing things, new technologies. It's the entire story of development. And so it's actually absolutely central to our work as a development bank. For me, my understanding of what our most appropriate and highest impact role in an innovation ecosystem is, it actually became clear to me 3 years ago, pre-COVID, when we were actually able to travel. Hopefully we can do that again. I was in a Southeast Asian country, and I had a dinner with a very interesting and fascinating cabinet member who knew everything that was happening on the planet. I mean, any topic, this person was all over it. And I said to him, I said, you're so well informed. You have a small country here. How do you find the best ideas in the world and bring them here? And he said, well, that's an interesting question. He goes, we got a problem. He said, my problem is I don't know how to find them. If I find them, I don't know how to evaluate them. If they find me, I don't know if I can trust them. What are they doing in my country? Why aren't they in Indonesia? Right? So he's stuck. He has a scale problem. 5 days later, I was in Silicon Valley, and I had dinner with a senior executive at one of the largest tech companies in the world. And this person was piloting a solution that actually would drive down the cost of fiber access in remote areas by 10x, okay, because this is a company that wants everybody on the internet. And I said, well, this is amazing if it works. I said, what countries in my region would this really be useful for? He said, well, Indonesia has all these islands, all these access issues. I said, well, that's great. I mean, surely this is, I mean, they can spend money on anything. I said, are you talking to the government of Indonesia? He said, we got a problem. I said, what's the problem? He said, we don't know them, they don't trust us. So I think in technology, remember that third bucket, connecting, right? And intangible assets. I don't think we've done this fully yet as an institution, but this is where I would love for us to go, to build the capacity to identify a sector, clean water, clean climate tech, have the capacity to source, identify, and diligence. By the way, we don't even need to be investors. I actually think we're better off not being investors, because once you invest in A, B might come along and be better, but you're not going to see it. It doesn't matter to us because we're public institutions. We don't have to earn carried interest. But be able to marry country context to opportunity. Interestingly enough, I actually think that that story I told you is also the same as the story about project preparation that you were talking about, because there's a business to be built there. And institutional investors should be able to earn an adequate return, which means this should be an investment category. We should be helping to create that category by providing the first set of funds with first loss capital, being willing to take the risks that create the data that allow institutions that have fiduciary obligations to then invest in scale. So I think whether it's technology or other areas, I think what we need to start doing as institutions, and it's hard work, taking a large organization that's done something extremely well for a long time and trying to innovate. But I think this, for me, is the most important area of innovation for organizations like ours.
One of the policy recommendations from this task force is on green financing. And one of the buzzwords, of course, is net zero and transition. We heard also that it should be a just, right? It should be just transition. Now, I start with a question to Ahmed from ADB's perspective. The energy transition mechanism, ETM, which try to leverage a market-based approach to accelerate the transition, from fossil fuel to clean energy through early retirement of power plant, etc. Could you tell me more about it? How is it going? What's the plan? How can private sector get involved? Briefly, if you can describe that.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And I think in our work, what we aspire to more than anything is that the government take over an idea, make it its own, and drive it. And so I'll answer this question to the best of my capacity, but ETM, I think, is now an initiative of the government of Indonesia. And I will always defer to them as to what it is and where they want to take it. But I think the goal here was to take a really big problem. Coal-fired power, 20% of global GHG emissions, 90% of young coal-fired power plants are in this region, 60% of the energy for this country comes from coal. Big problem. But it's a problem we want to address. And to design a solution that is practical, in other words, it's not just solving for nice headlines, so it doesn't have the purity of the driven snow, perhaps, but it's practical, results-oriented, market-based, scalable. And we've done a tremendous amount of work with the government of Indonesia. We launched the country platform for ETM, PTSMI and Ministry of Finance did just a short while ago. And they're doing a lot of work around what can they do on the PLN portfolio, what can they do on the IPPs. And I think that as that work is shared, it will be more and more clear where there's opportunity for the private sector. I think there will be opportunity in each of those categories. I want to say one last thing about blended finance. And one of the things that I like about the ETM structure is the two things. Number one, as it relates to blended finance. Number one, it's a structure that's designed to get the most impact out of every dollar of concessionary capital. And the vehicle here is to use it to lower the cost of capital, right? And then to use that to capture equity value in the early years of a project, shut it down the years when you're actually discounting the equity value a lot more. So we're trying to get the most by using it as a source of reduced cost of capital and allowing the plants to operate for a certain period of time. So that's one thing. The other is that blended finance in this instance, ideally, if this really works, is just going to be the training wheels on the bike that you ultimately take off. Because the real goal is to have a certification regime for carbon offset credits for the shutdown of coal-fired power plants. Now that's hard, and you need to focus on the right plants so you're not greenwashing. But once you do that, then ETM will have demonstrated how to do it, and then the owner can just shut their own plant down and take the credits. So blended finance provides the bridge to what will ultimately be a standalone solution.
Thank you. Our time is actually up, but I would like to get 5 minutes just to complete from the other two panel members. Mark Andre, we talk about at-scale financing for green infrastructure development. In your opinion, what cooperation or what more can be done, especially for a country like Indonesia, to get those kind of financing for green infrastructure development, one that can result in a just, affordable, and inclusive transition?
So thank you. I'll take on what Ahmed just said. It's actually, first of all, on the energy transition mechanism, the ATM. Like for us at CDPQ, we have a transition envelope that we just announced in COP26 of $10 billion, where we want to actually contribute to the transition. We want to take things that are brown and help them make them towards green. What will it take to make that envelope work? And it's the same thing as, and I'll give some more examples, but it's actually, it's not only knowing that there's a project there, it's actually the connection you're talking about, or between people, the trust between people, and that you can only build that. That's why an institutional investors like us, we like to invest. When we come, we're interested in coming to Indonesia. We've come on a small scale so far. We want to come here on a larger scale. Why? Because we believe in Indonesia, we believe in the growth of the market and all of the opportunities, but also it's important for us that we develop the trust with the main actors from the private sectors, that we have good partners, that we have good relationship with the regulatory people, with the governmental people and all of that. But because Amanda talked earlier about the cost of transactions, because for us, if we want to make sure that we leverage our institutional capabilities, but also our knowledge, that what we learn on the ground from an area and perspective. In the context of what we're working on with INA in Indonesia and the great team that Perida has put together, is one thing. This is very useful because Perida INA is actually working as a translator in many ways of some of the things that of how we look at the situation, but his team says, well, you should look at it the other way, or then we have a comment, then they take it to some authorities or some regulatory and all of that. It's very important to have people where you develop, a working relationship built on trust, and you go from smaller things to bigger things, and you actually get, in good Canadian expression, it's the snowball effect, and you really and that's how we're going to build it. And we are talking to INA for one major project. We're talking at the moment with the government of Indonesia to invite them to be part of a platform to build. We're developing a lending platform in infrastructure for adaptation, and we've made sure that Indonesia would be one of our countries of focus, because this is another way for us. It would be with another part of the economy and of the markets and even of the government that we would deal with. But that's part of, actually, for us, we're a big fund, we're a big player, so we need scale where we go, and we need to be able to actually not do only one transaction, but we look at it as being many transactions and being part of it in many ways. I'll tell you, in France, I'll give you an example. In France, we did our first investment, I think, 11 years ago, and we're now at I think it's $20 billion Canadian that we have invested in France. and we keep doing. And it's because we've developed the relationship and we've developed the knowledge and the know-how, and that's how we multiply things. And we don't go in a market only for one transaction. This is why it's an essential part of understanding how we work. And I want to finish by saying also it's important to know many people at our place, those of you who are looking for partners and stuff. So I want just to say, Wei Lang Liang, who is our head of Asia, is here. And we have Nicola, I think, who does our infrastructure, a lot of our infrastructure work. But at a place like us, it's bottom up. So the relationship is very important to build a relationship with our teams. I was laughing, we were on another panel this morning, and I was giving an example. I said, you know, if we want to kill an investment idea at CDPQ, just say that it's the idea of Marc-André Blanchard that wants it to make it happen, or the group CEO. Like, this is not working. It's actually, it needs to come from the bottom, and it's the best way to succeed. So, but it's all about partnership and building trust and getting the right partners.
Okay, I think we all heard what Marc-André said. Start small, but we also need to start now. Cannot delay. The last question for this panel, actually, I'll ask Ibu Amalia, based on your experience. Specifically, if we ask about green financing, what's the challenge for Indonesia to be able to access this? Yeah. I understand that in Bappenas, there is also a financing hub for SDG, right? Yes. That was an idea that was conceived. What are the challenges there to get this money to come?
Yeah, the challenge is to have a green development is green financing. We found that green financing is really limited, and many commercial bankings not really would like to invest in quite risky projects because, you know, green projects sometimes is considered to be a bit riskier than the other projects because of small profits on this regard. But again, we are trying to find an innovative solution, and one of them is blended finance. And SDG's financing hub is one of the solutions which is offered by the government. So we can mobilize a cheaper fund, either from global fund or from domestic fund, and we can blend it together, and we can transmit it and channel it into the green projects. So that is one of the solutions that we offer. And the other one is that we found that there is like a kind of venture capital. This is already a concrete project. Then the government is really working together with a circulate capital, you know, venture capital based in Singapore. And this is actually, the financial is sourced from the CSR from several companies, and they establish a venture capital, and that really helps to you know, to do the what do you call it, to treat waste in Bali. So we already applied one case of green economy in Bali to do the waste treatment. And this is funded by green financing sourcing from venture capital. So I think in the future, I'm very optimistic that there is a lot of ways and opportunity for us to work together, because the government cannot work alone. We have to work together with private sectors, philanthropies, and also with the other people, even people who are really interested to develop the green adaptation and deliver green projects, even though now the current financing is still limited. But in the future, I'm very sure that we still a lot of ways to find a new innovative financing to really implement the green projects.
Thank you, Bu Amalia. Thank you very much to all three panel members, Bu Amalia, Marc-André, and also Ahmed. Please give a round of applause and join me in thanking them. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite my colleague, Julian Smith, to provide a wrap-up to what has been two very insightful, idea-filled sessions. Julian is PwC Indonesia's ESG government and infrastructure leader and team leader for PwC as knowledge partner to this task force. Julian.
Thank you, Raju. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have 5 minutes to summarize those incredible, fantastic insights you've just heard, which means my time is up before I even start, so I'll be very brief. Firstly, from Pat February, I was very inspired to hear that, and I think we know this, that the Ministry of Finance doesn't just think about finance. They really are trying to integrate the lessons from the pandemic, as well as thinking about the importance of financial inclusion, and most importantly, leveraging the power of institutional investors to get them into Indonesia. From Amanda, thank you very much for reminding us that these are not new issues. We've been talking about them for years, but what we now need to do is get into the detail, hold the multilateral development banks accountable, and we need action now. From Pat Reno, I think he made a very important point that whilst the private sector really wants to help, we not only have a problem at the project preparation level, but sometimes the private sector is captured on both sides because the regulators of the financial institutions often won't allow the private sector to do what it wants to do. So we need some joined up thinking there. If we move on to panel 2, you see I'm going really fast so that you can get away to your next event. Bu Winnie, thank you very much. And again, what we see from the government of Indonesia is a lot of joined up thinking. And I think that's even a change in my 7 years in Indonesia, what we see now. And in particular, Bu Winnie talked about digital. And she said exactly what some of our task force members said about digitalization. It's not just building the infrastructure. You've got to think about the ecosystem, the utilization, and the enablers. And in fact, it's aligned with what Ahmad said later. Technology is development. So we have to get all these things joined up. Marc-Andre, I really appreciate whenever I hear Marc-Andre speak, he embodies the passion of the private sector to not just make profits, but to actually solve the world's problems. And Marc-Andre is not just Marc-Andre, he's thousands and thousands of pensioners in Canada whose money, private individuals, is being put into solving public sector problems. And I think that's a theme of all of our B20 task force work, is to try and make more of that happen. And finally, Ahmed, a very eloquent summary of the role of multilateral development banks. Lots of catchphrases I can take from that. In particular, I like the point of the summary of the private sector problem is we don't know them, they don't trust us. But what the MDBs can do is help to build the pipes to bring those two sides together. So I'd like to thank again all of the panel members for coming and enriching our debate and giving us even more detail that we can capture in the final version of the policy paper. Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you for the wrap, Mr. Julian Smith. Thank you also, Mr. Raju Munusami, and all the respectable speakers, both at the panel discussion 1 and panel discussion 2, very, very insightful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring to mind once again the main theme of our event, building coalitions to enable greener and smarter infrastructure development at scale. This event is communicating the policy recommendations, is generating discussions and discourse regarding the policy recommendations developed by the Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and how to best implement them for the greatest impact. We are very honored. Our next speaker is the representative from the Government of India. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to welcome, inviting the esteemed Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I do realize that I'm the last man standing between you and a very beautiful Bali weather and nature outside. So I'm going to keep it quite short. It's been a pleasure to be with you today in Bali and discuss the significant themes of smarter, sustainable infrastructure development at scale. Sustainable infrastructure investment is the key to growth and development in the post-COVID era, meeting climate targets by 2030 and 2050. It makes an indispensable contribution towards growth that is inclusive, socially equitable, and more environment friendly. At the macro level, physical infrastructure underpins the achievement of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, with very direct impact on SDG 9, which deals with infra and industrialization, 11 sustainable cities, and 13 climate action. Therefore, there is a very clear need to ensure that all new and existing infrastructure systems are climate and disaster resilient. I would like to compliment the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force for taking up this critical aspect for deliberations during the Indonesian presidency. The 4 recommendations of the task force presented here very well capture important aspects of greener and smarter infrastructure. But I would be remiss if I don't point out that infrastructure projects are very sensitive to time and cost overruns, and that should also include events related to infrastructure. Moving on, I appreciate the Indonesian presidency's emphasis on the sustainable infrastructure investment and the progress made in the IWG working group. I was both impressed and pleased to note that the enormous stride Indonesia has made to achieve both greener and more sustainable infrastructure. Considering the growing importance and need, India aims to hold sustainability at the core of its infrastructure agenda during our presidency in 2023. Focus will be on environmental consciousness, disaster resilience, technological advancement, and sustainable financing as key drivers of our sustainability agenda. We need to continue our discussion in G20 towards building a modern, resilient, and inclusive infrastructure. I would like to share some points with you on India's vision towards sustainable infrastructure. India intends to usher in a dedicated period of sustainable growth, and it has declared its commitment to the role of infrastructure in strengthening the social and economic fundamentals of the country. The Union Budget 2022, meant for financial year 22-23, brought the infrastructure sector into the spotlight with a historically high allocation for capital expenditure to the tune of 7.5 trillion Indian rupees, 35% higher than the previous year. In addition to a large list of projects consisting of sectors, there was also the awarding of infra status for data centers and energy storage systems. The budget clearly outlines the priorities that will underpin India's growth trajectory. Even before this forward-looking budget, India has adapted a pragmatic and programmatic approach to infrastructure. The National Infrastructure Pipeline was launched in April 2020 to facilitate world-class projects. 2 years later, the country brought in the National Monetization Pipeline with the aim to unlock value of well-performing brownfield infrastructure assets. As a nation, our developments are centered on the policy of domestic economy at heart, but global in outlook. Hence, the introduction of the production-linked incentive schemes, which are expected to bring in global manufacturing at scale within India. So it is PLI schemes in India are all about producing locally for the markets globally. Additionally, massive infrastructure boost, both physical and digital, as well as steps to minimize transaction cost and increase ease of doing business will help to build an enabling environment for growth. At the COP26, India's Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi, announced 5 nectar elements, what he called the Panchamrit, to deal with the challenge of climate change. The goals involve structural economic transformation, large-scale investments, enabling sustainable finance system, and these are the 3 vital ingredients of the Panchamrit program. On our part, we have also taken a number of initiatives to build up the sustainable finance momentum. For example, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, the capital markets regulator, has taken a number of steps to promote business responsibility disclosure and to regulate the green debt securities market. Some of you may know, India is one of the largest issuers of green bonds. It is also a founder member of the International Platform on Sustainable Finance, a European Commission-led platform which aims to scale up environmentally sustainable private investments and to promote collaboration on various aspects of sustainability. To conclude my remarks, I would like to point out that making sure that green transition, sustainable infrastructure projects get the kind of funding it deserves, it is important to bring in blended finance both on scale and on cost that is affordable to the emerging and developing economies. And lastly, more important to make sure that some of the disclosure, environment, sustainability standards that are developed do make allowance for different stages of development across countries. These standards, important as they are, to provide the right information to financial institutions and lenders, at the same time, they should not become a filter for exclusion. If they do so, then the whole purpose of providing blended finance to developing countries to move towards net zero by 2050 will be defeated. So it's very important that whatever mechanisms and standards and disclosures that we develop, make sure that we carry all countries along, recognizing the fact that there will be differentiated progress and differentiated responsibilities. Thank you very much. I look forward to the next 2 days of interaction. Wishing you all a very good stay at Bali. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our event. And to conclude today's event, I would like to call upon our esteemed Chair of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure Task Force and CEO of Indonesia Investment Authority. Please welcome Dr. Rida Wirakusuma.
For those of you who are still here, thank you. Thank you very much. If I speak more than 5 minutes, I'm sure you will all be gone by the beach by now. I don't know what to say. I thought we had an extremely productive meetings. I could read my 35 or 40 pages notes to you, and I'm sure I will lose all of you. But let me just summarize to 5 easy points, okay? But before that, well, let me just go through that first, okay? The first one, I think we heard from so many people, collaborate, partnership, relationship, working together, trust, whether it is blended finance, whether it's public versus government versus private, whether it's MDBs, whether it's banks, whether it's investors, lenders, let's work together. That's key point number 1. Key point number 2, the devil is in the detail, whether it's project preparations, whether it's transparencies of procurement process, every single little things you gotta have to put a time. You cannot just talk about high level. You have to pay attention to details. There's so many people, so many speakers talk about this. Number 3, it's an extremely long-term commitment. Everybody talks about it. Mark Andre talks about how nervous pension funds will be when it talks about 50 years. This is not something, so the banks has to get their act together. The government has to think about this has many, many implications for long term. So that's number 3. Number 4, I don't know who knows this, but it's economy, stupid. You know, anything to do in this, you got to know the economic equations, the risk-adjusted return. I don't know, do you know who quote this? It's James Garfield in 1992, who actually advised Bill Clinton against George H.W. Bush. But you can't invest in a project if you do not get a proper return. It doesn't matter whether it's government. It's not true that the government doesn't get the returns. They do. They get it in the social benefits. They get it in the economic improvements, and so is private. So you gotta pay attention to the economy. Number 5, I think Amanda said it well, if I'm not mistaken, there's quite a number, Said mentioned that too. We are B20, this is B20, there has to be a bias for action. Enough said, enough talk, let's do it. And then let's really give this to the G20. And those are my 5 key takeaways. I hope I'm still having your attention. Thank you so much for being here. I have a lot of people to thank, too many to thank, from the speakers, from the coordinators, from you all, the audiences, for the Andras and the team who's done really, really well, for the B20 Secretariat. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of the B20 Finance and Infrastructure, I thank you very, very much, and so long, and see you again soon. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati. Ladies and gentlemen, today we had the opportunity to listen to thoughtful discussions, intriguing insights from our respectable speakers, and the closing remarks just from Dr. Rida wrapped up our event. On behalf of the committee, we'd like to thank all of our guests and speakers for attending this event. It has been a fruitful deliberation. We'd like also to thank all our sponsors. Main sponsors, PT Astra International Tbk, PT Bayan Resources Tbk, PT Indica Energy Tbk, Sinarmas. Bronze sponsors, APRO Group, Bakri Group, PT Bank Sentral Asia Tbk, PT Elang Mahkota Teknologi Tbk, PT GoTo Gojek Tokopedia Tbk, PT HM Sampurna Tbk, Lipo Group, Permata Bank, Knowledge Partner, PwC Indonesia, Network Partners, Asian Development Bank, International Chamber of Commerce, World Economic Forum. Before we express our gratitude, may we remind you of the freshly brewed coffee and hot tea ready outside at the pre-function foyer area waiting for you before your departure to the beach. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gilda Sagrado. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. See you at the next event.
As we enter a decade of decisive action for climate, nature, and people, the global community is coming together to respond to this crucial challenge. And Indonesia is playing a pivotal role. APRO Group, a leading producer of bio-based renewable products, is taking an active part in this global movement. This is April 2030.
April 2030 is our commitment to deliver a positive impact on climate, nature, and people while growing as a sustainable producer of fiber and pulp-based products. By 2030, we will achieve net zero carbon emissions in all our land use, positive and measurable gains in nature, and zero extreme poverty in our communities, and positioning our business for sustainable growth for the next 10 years.
bersama anak saya.
Mau investasi, bikin pusing bukan kepala.
Aku bingung caranya, kenyamanannya.
Harus punya uang berapa,
atau punya asuransi, kalau mesti kemana.
Wema-nya dong aplikasi investasi BCA. Mulai dari 100.000 bisa langsung investasi di Wema. Tanpa lengkap dengan proteksi, semua ada di Wema BCA.
Today, as the world prepares to move forward, businesses across the globe are looking to forge a new path, ready to use their creativity, entrepreneurial spirit, and a digital transformation to drive their nation's economies for the benefit of all. Digital platforms such as Gojek, GoPay and Tokopedia have played an important role in helping governments accelerate the digital transformation. Digitalization of MSMEs supports governments across the world as we promote global digital transformation to recover together, recover stronger.
Micro, small and medium enterprises or MSME sector plays an important role as the backbone of the national economy. Sampurna has long been committed to the development of MSMEs in Indonesia and in 2008 established the Sampurna Retail Community (SRC) to develop traditional retailers. In 2021, SRC members have reached 160,000 retailers spread across 34 provinces throughout the country. Development programs range from education and direct assistance on store and financial management, business development, distribution support for other MSME products, through to digital skills training. Retailer members are also equipped with the IO SRC application to help increase MSMEs' competitiveness, as well as expanding their businesses and market access amidst the digital transformation era. During the pandemic, SRC members are also trained and encouraged to implement health and safety protocols. Together, we can help advance and strengthen MSMEs in Indonesia.
"60 years ago, a Chinese Indonesian called Mokhtar Riyadi moved to Jakarta with dreams of banking. 3 decades later, he transformed its banking landscape and laid foundations for Panin Bank, Lipo Bank, and Indonesia's now largest private bank, BCA. So he moved to real estate and used that same financial acumen to build Lipo into the largest listed property developer of the world's 4th most populous nation. Then he took on education, building schools for Indonesia's young population and creating Universitas Pelita Harapan, now with 15,000 students and ranked best in class. And as Asia boomed, Next generation Riyadis help Lipo meet Indonesia's exciting new needs. Malls for an expanding middle class. Media for transparency. Infrastructure for enhanced communication. Banks and funds for wealth and job creation. As Indonesia gained the respect of investors far beyond its home nation, so did Lipo. Today, a Lipo Group company owns the US Bank Tower in LA and landmark properties around the globe. Lipo began as a family business with global dreams and became a global business for every stage of family life. And as it keeps growing, the principles that delivered success to Dr. Riyadi from 1954 will always be at the Lipo Group core.
Dompet.
Coba pakai mobile cash deh.
Ini.
Lagi ngapain, men?
Ya lagi ngantri.
Buka tabungan online aja. Di sini aja, lebih gampang.
Nih, gue beli ini nih, men.
Ajuin online aja, bro. Pakai ini.
Ini. Wih, gokil.
Yes. Gimana KTA-nya?
Ya, bro.
Satu Indonesia, or Astra's unified spirit for Indonesia, exemplifies Astra's active role and contribution in the pursuit of nurturing the people of Indonesia. It brings every commitment, venture, and work under a common framework and creates added values for the nation's progress. Throughout the years, since founded in 1957, Astra has consistently shown real contribution dedicated to move Indonesia forward. As a company, Astra has grown and today manages over 180,000 employees and over 200 subsidiaries across the archipelago. In line with one of Astra's corporate philosophy, Catur Dharma values, to be an asset to the nation, Astra has an unwavered commitment to social contributions for Indonesia. The company's endeavors in this regard are designed to be effective and robustly structured, identifying 4 pillars of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat, Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas, Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, and Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Supported by 9 foundations under the company, Astra makes it a conscious effort to take an active part in and dedicating its ideas and work to the nation for a prosperous and dignified Indonesia. Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. The well-being of a nation lies on the well-being of its future generations. To ensure it can be achieved, the health of mothers and children are a priority of Astra untuk Indonesia Sehat. Astra is committed to protect and improve their health as they form healthy communities and societies. In turn, Astra believes they determine the quality of our overall well-being. Astra untuk Indonesia Cerdas. Greater access to and improved quality of education and vocational skills open the doors to better life quality. Astra is therefore committed to shaping smart, self-reliant generations. Astra works to tap into the knowledge and skills of Indonesia's human capital. As education in Indonesia is important for Astra, Astra ensures that Indonesian children can benefit from quality education as a tool for them to transform their lives for the better. Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau. A healthy and clean environment are essential for us to move forward in life. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Hijau, Astra acts upon its commitment to creating a healthy, safe, and sustainable environment. With global warming presenting real threats to our planet's survival, Astra is actively involved in various programs for a greener Earth as part of its contribution to improving the quality of our environment. Our planet and the future await us and the millions of other beings on Earth. Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif. Through Astra untuk Indonesia Kreatif, Astra is on the ground working alongside communities to improve their prosperity by helping and facilitating small and medium businesses all over Indonesia. Astra provides training, coaching, funding, and equipment suited to the needs of the beneficiaries with one goal in mind: raising the nation's prosperity by creating excellent human capital and decent jobs. 133 Kampung Berseri Astra across 34 provinces focus on the development of villages based on 4 pillars, which include entrepreneurship, health, education, and environment. Kampung Berseri Astra continues to be developed based on the numbers and concepts towards Desa Sejahtera Astra. Satu Indonesia Awards. Satu Indonesia Awards is a form of appreciation towards the Indonesian youth who have the initiatives and idealism to share and create benefits for the communities. The awards have 5 main focuses, which include health, education, environment, entrepreneurship, and technology. Since March 2020 until today, Astra, through Nurani Astra, maintains its commitment to help the government, frontline health workers, and the community in facing the COVID-19 pandemic in Indonesia. To be an asset to the nation, Astra continues to embrace and work towards realizing Indonesia's dreams and to achieve sustainable growth, because your smile and the smile of the people are the smile of Astra, the smile of Indonesia. We are united, and together we shall achieve triumph as we walk towards an advanced and prosperous Indonesia. Astra, prosper with the nation.